Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me at the county jail?
Yes, ma'am.
I am Judge Bell, and you're here for your first appearance. The purpose of first appearance is so that you're informed of the charges against you. I'll determine if probable cause exists for those charges. Probable cause means that it's more likely than not that a crime has occurred, and more likely than not that you're the person that committed that crime. Of course, if you stand before me this morning, I presume that you're innocent of these allegations, and that presumption of innocence will stay with you through every course of the proceeding unless and until the Office of the State Attorney is able to prove the allegations against you beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. We will set the conditions of pretrial release this morning, which is your bail or bond. In most cases, you have a bond set already pursuant to the bond schedule here in the 5th Judicial Circuit and/or a warrant that led to your arrest. We'll determine if that bond should be raised, lowered, or remain the same, and whether or not there will be additional conditions of pretrial release placed upon you. We'll let you know when your next court date will be. If you'd like the services of the Office of the Public Defender, I'll gladly appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're advised that you have a right to have contact with folks on the outside, to include family, friends, and counsel. Finally, and most importantly, you're advised that you have an absolute right to remain silent, and I encourage you to do so, for there is an Assistant State Attorney here in the courtroom with me this morning. And if you tend to say something to incriminate yourself, they will use it against you in the prosecution down the road. Now, may I please have each and every one of you raise your right hands to be sworn. That includes you, sir, and the yellow as well. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. When you hear your name, may you please step forward to the podium. Ms. Boyes? Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
May I please have your date of birth?
6/24/89.
Thank you so much. I have several matters for you this morning. The first is a case that involves 5 counts: cultivation of marijuana, trafficking in a controlled substance, possession of marijuana, possession of a place, structure, conveyance for the sale or trafficking or manufacturing of a controlled substance, and possession of drug paraphernalia. There's probable cause for those charges. Are you going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
I've applied for a public offender at this time.
I'm sorry, was that a public defender? I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. And I also have another case for you this morning in which there are 4 counts: sale of marijuana, possession of marijuana with intent to sell, possession of a place, structure, or conveyance for the sale, trafficking, or manufacturing of a controlled substance, and possession of drug paraphernalia. There's probable cause for those charges. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender in that case as well. And may I please have Ms. Boyes' criminal history?
These appear to be first offenses, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Boyes, that address on Fernwood Drive, is that a good address for you?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
The address on Fernwood Drive, is that a good address for you?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you lived there?
Right about a year. I moved in June.
And prior to that, did you live in Hernando County?
No, ma'am. I was in Valrico.
And do you have
I
family?
can't think of the name of the county.
Do you have family in this area?
I do not. Just my late husband's family, but mine is in Indiana.
And are you currently working?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do for work?
I'm a teller at a bank.
I'm going to set your bond as to the cultivation of marijuana at $5,000. set your bond as to the trafficking in a controlled substance at $25,000. As to the possession of marijuana, I'm going to set your bond at $1,000. As to the possession of a place, I'm going to set your bond at $2,000. And as to the possession of drug paraphernalia, I'm going to set your bond at $500. In regards to the sale of marijuana, I'm going to set your bond at $7,500. As to the possession of marijuana with intent to sell, I'm going to set your bond at $2,000. As to the possession of a place, structure, or conveyance for the sale, trafficking, or manufacturing of a controlled substance, I'm going to set your bond at $2,000. And as to the paraphernalia, I'm going to set your bond at $500. We're going to have you back in court on June 20th at 9 a.m. in courtroom D here in the courthouse in Brooksville.
Sorry, Judge, I missed that.
June 20th at 9 a.m. in courtroom D.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Miss Rose? Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
May I please have your date of birth?
5/29/94.
Thank you so much. I have for you today a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia. There's probable cause for that charge. You're going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney. Would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
Public defender, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. And may I please have her criminal history?
Yes, Your Honor. Before I get started with the criminal history, point out to the court that she does have a pending grand theft auto as well as a pending possession of cannabis and paraphernalia. I'm showing that case number is 2022 CF1242, currently set for a jury trial on June 5th in front of Judge Toner. So today, pursuant to 907.041, state would be asking for a bond to be revoked in 22 CF1242. As for her history, she had a conviction of paraphernalia in 2014, an FTA in 2014, uttering 2014. Looks like she violated her probation for those by picking up another paraphernalia. 2015, grand theft auto, which was dropped. Misdemeanor Dwellis in 21, another FTA in 2022, another FTA, yet another FTA. That's it, Judge.
Thank you. And ma'am, I have an address for you on 4th Juanetta Street East in Winter Haven.
No, ma'am.
And what is a good address for you?
35124 Baxley Drive, Baxley Drive, Dade City, Florida 33523.
And how long have you lived there?
About a year and a half.
Do you have family in this area?
My mom just currently moved to Clearwater. I have my boyfriend and his family.
And are you currently working?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to set your bond in this matter at $1,000. I'm going to have you back in court on June 14th at 9 a.m. in courtroom B. As for your bond in case 22CF1242, I'm going to revoke your bond at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, thank you so much, ma'am. Mr. Montgomery.
It's hard to hear. Yeah, I can't hear.
Sir?
Sorry, Judge, I can't hear.
Okay, we're going to get you some helping ears. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. So, Mr. Montgomery, may I please have your date of birth?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
May I please have your date of birth?
January 6th, 1963.
Thank you so much, sir. I have a charge for you today of attempted homicide. There's probable cause for that charge. Are you going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
I have a private attorney. I've been here in the sheriff's custody since May 17th, 11:30. I've yet to make a call to attorney or my family. I've been able to.
I'll allow you to make a call to attorney and your family.
I'd like to make a call. I haven't had an opportunity to do that yet.
Yes, sir. We'll make sure the jail gives you an opportunity to do so.
Thank you.
And may I please have the history for Mr. Montgomery?
Your Honor, once every 10 years or so, he picks up a misdemeanor battery conviction. That's it, Judge.
And Mr. Montgomery, I have an address for you on Our Road in Brooksville.
Yes, it's our road I would live on, yes.
And is that a good address for you?
My address is 21281 R Road, Brooksville, Florida, 34601.
Yes, sir. And how long have you lived there?
Since about March of 2020.
And do you have family in the area?
My mother lives there. She does. She's 79. And she just remarried another man. Yes, ma'am. And she lives on my property as well in the back.
And are you currently working, sir?
Ma'am, I'm a licensed insurance adjuster. I went through 6 major multiple surgeries. Just had my last left hip done last year. But I am a licensed adjuster, and I've worked all my life, but I've been disabled and going through the surgeries. Now I'm trying to recovery phase to get back to work. But my license are current, and all my continuing education is current as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And would the statement to be heard in regards to bond?
We believe the bond schedule is sufficient, Judge.
And the bond schedule is
$50,000.
Okay.
Obviously, with no victim contact.
Mr. Montgomery,
I'm sorry.
I'm going to set your bond pursuant to the bond schedule at $50,000.
Okay.
Condition of that bond is for you to have no contact with the victim in this matter.
Yes, the victim doesn't even live at our property at all.
No contact means no contact of any kind. You cannot call, you cannot write, you cannot email, you cannot text message, you cannot go where they live or where they work. You're not to contact them through third parties or social media. Any way that you might imagine having contact, I forbid you to do so. For if you did and the court found out about it, the court could revoke your bond and you could be held without bond until the charge is resolved. Do you understand,
Yes.
sir?
Sorry.
Do you understand, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
And I'm going to have you back in court on June 20th at 9 a.m. in courtroom D.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Anthony? Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
May I please have your date of birth?
11/25/91.
Thank you so much. I have a charge for you today of driving while license canceled, suspended, or revoked. There's probable cause for that charge. Going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. May you please have his criminal history?
Yes, Your Honor. 2012, dealing in stolen property. That same year, burglary of a dwelling. Burglary of a conveyance that same year. I think he violated his probation. Felony drugs in 2012. Paraphernalia that same year. Felony drugs in 2019. New Legend in 2019. Paraphernalia in 2019. That's all I can confirm this morning, Judge.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
And Mr. Anthony, I have an address for you on Dalewood Drive in Wekiwachi.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a good address for you?
Yes.
And how long have you lived there?
About a year.
Do you have family in the area?
No, it's my girl's parents.
Are you currently working?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do for work?
Lawn maintenance.
I'm gonna keep your bond at that schedule at $1,000. I'm gonna bring you back to court on June 14th at 9 a.m. in courtroom B.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Cooey? Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
May I please have your date of birth?
March 10th, 1999.
Thank you so much. I have a charge for you this morning of domestic battery by strangulation. There's probable cause for that charge. Going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney. Would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
I would like a public defender.
Yes, sir. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
This appears to be a first offense, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Cooey, I have an address for you on Reynolds Street in Dade City.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And how long have you lived there?
I'd like to say maybe like 2 or 3 weeks, Your Honor.
Okay, where were you living before that?
Bay City, Michigan.
Do you have any family in Dade City, in Pasco, or Hernando counties?
Just my auntie.
Are you currently working?
One more time, Your Honor.
Are you currently working?
No, ma'am. No, Your Honor.
So a condition of bond today, Mr. Cooey, is that you're to have no contact with Miss Brady.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you hear me describe no contact earlier?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So no contact means no contact of any kind. You cannot call, you cannot write, you cannot email, you cannot text message. You may not go where she lives or where she works. You may not contact her through a third party or social media. Any way that you might imagine having contact, the court forbids you to do so. for if you did and the court found out about it, the court could revoke your bond and you could be held without bond until the charge is resolved. It means no contact, even if she wants the contact. So for example, if you are out and about and you see her, you should walk the other way. If you pick up the phone and you hear her voice, you should hang up.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's also important to know, Mr. Cooey, that here in the state of Florida, victims do not have the ability to drop charges, as that function rests solely with the Office of the State Attorney. As for the home, if you were sharing that home, you may go by one time with the assistance of law enforcement. So that means you'll have to contact the Hernando County Sheriff's Office, and they'll arrange a day and time to meet you there with the officer so you can get your belongings.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to set your bond at $2,000. Again, no contact with the victim. I'm going to have you back in court on June 20th at 9 a.m. in courtroom D.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Mr. D'Antone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
May I please have your date of birth?
4/24/51.
Thank you so much. I have a charge for you today of trespass after warning. There's probable cause for that charge. You're going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you
I'll
like
represent myself, Your Honor.
You'll represent yourself? Okay, sir. And may I please have Mr. D'Antone's criminal history?
Yes, Your Honor. And all I can confirm this morning is an arrest for exposure from last year. He was trespassed after the arrest. While those criminal charges were eventually disposed of, they were dismissed, the trespass warning remained in effect, which is where this case stems from. That's the only case I can show, Judge, and this is the only one I can confirm this morning.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. D'Antone, I have an address for you on Cherokee Trail.
Yes,
Is that a good address for you?
yes. I've been living there for 42 years, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. And are you currently working?
No, I'm retired. I'm 73 years old.
Okay.
Your Honor, can I say something?
I would encourage you to exercise your right to remain silent regarding the facts of the incident.
Can I just say something, Your Honor? I haven't had water for 84 days. They won't give me water. Do you know why that's possible?
They won't give you water?
No, I haven't had water for 84 days and I paid the bill. According to the real estate agent, the Truist bank account is going belly up. They don't even know how much I have in my bank account, Your Honor.
Oh my goodness.
I've had Social Security checks, $1,700. They've been sued by 3 insurance companies. I own Prudential Insurance. They fined them like $100 and something thousand a day. I swear to God. I don't know what's going on, Your Honor. Maybe that insurance company is going to be investigated. They're going to be investigated. They're going to go out of business. Their books are going to be checked up and down. That's the truth, Your Honor.
Mr. D'Antone, I'm going to set you a bond in this matter of $250.
Yes, Your Honor, I will pay.
And I'm going to have you back in court on June 14th at 9 a.m. in courtroom C here in the courthouse in Brooksville.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I just say this one thing? I don't know how I'm going to get home. I was brought here by the police department. My cousin is a police officer in New York City. He was at 9/11. I do not violate the law.
Thank you. And that's going to be June 14th 14th at 9 a.m. in courtroom B. And Mr. D'Antone, if you'd like, I can appoint an attorney from the Office of the Public Defender to represent you and help you navigate
I
this.
don't think I'll need one, Your Honor. If I need one, my family's the D'Antonio family. Give me all I need.
Okay. All right. Good luck to you, Mr. D'Antone. Mr. Lucia?
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. May I please have your date of birth?
7/23/1995.
Thank you so much. I have a charge for you today, a battery that's domestic in nature. There's probable cause for that charge. Going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney. Would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
We'll do a public defender, please.
Yes, sir. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. May I please have Mr. Lucia's criminal history?
Yes, Your Honor. 2015, possession of cocaine. 2015, resisting without. Also possession of paraphernalia. 2019, resisting without. Possession of cannabis over 20 grams in 2019. And sale of cannabis in 2019. That's all I can confirm this morning.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Lucia, I have an address for you on Jason Drive.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a good address for you?
Yeah, that's a good one.
And how long have you lived there?
Like 3 years.
Do you have family in the area?
No, that's where I stay with my the mother of my children.
And are you currently working?
No, I am not. I'm actually I take care of my kids. I'm the primary caretaker of the children.
Do you have somewhere
Yeah.
to stay other than
Yeah, we
Nicole?
own a business too. We own a business too. We own an inflatable business.
You have somewhere to stay that's other than with Nicole?
Yeah, yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay, because a condition of bond today is no contact with Nicole.
But I mean, she's the mother of my children. It's kind of impossible.
So let me reiterate it to you, okay? So you hear it and you understand it fully.
I'm hearing.
So
So I mean, how do I go about getting my children?
I would encourage you to speak to an attorney about that. I can tell you that no contact means no contact, because
I understand.
I explained it earlier, so you understand
Yeah.
then that
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
I ordered no contact. If the court finds out that you had contact, the court could revoke your bond. You could be sitting in bond without, you could be sitting in jail without bond.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay. So, and if you were sharing a home with her, you may go by one time with the assistance of law enforcement. So that means before you go there, you need to call the Hernando County Sheriff's Office, and they'll arrange for a time for a deputy to meet you out there so you can grab your belongings.
All right, Your Honor.
You understand it fully?
I do.
So you understand you can't call, you can't write, you can't email, you can't text, you can't contact her through social media or a third party.
I understand.
I'm gonna set your bond at $500. Again, no contact with Miss Nicole. Gonna have you back in court on June 14th at 9 a.m. in courtroom B here in the courthouse in Brooksville.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you. Mr. Roy? Good morning,
Morning,
sir.
Your Honor. Morning.
May I please have your date of birth?
2/12/79.
Thank you so much. I have for you today 2 failures to appear out of Pasco County. Each of those cases have bond amounts associated with them of $25,000, $25,013. And that's for each count of failure to appear. I'm gonna keep the $25,013 bonds in each matter. I'm gonna give Pasco County 5 days to come and get you if you're unable to bond out.
Does this say when this happened? Because I've been in custody for the last 2 months here. And I'm currently out on bond for them charges in Pasco.
I can just tell you that there was a hit, and it does indicate that there are those failure to appear warrants. I can't tell you when that was done. I can tell you that the bond amounts associated with them are $25,013 each, and I'll give Pasco County 5 days to come and get you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck to you, sir. Mr. Zach? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yes, ma'am.
May I please have your date of birth?
11/6/1981.
Thank you so much. I have for you today a charge of retail theft. It's probable cause for that. Going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
Public defender.
Yes, sir. Appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Apparently he was already in custody. Judge, we picked up this case, although this case predates the one that he was in custody on. As far as his record goes, I'm showing 1998 uttering. Cocaine possession, 2017. Paraphernalia as well, 2017. Looks like he violated his probation on that. Petty theft, 2021. FTA on that. Another petty theft in 21. Paraphernalia, 21. Resisting without, 21. Grand theft that same year. Burke structure that same year. Back in January, marijuana possession. Looks like he violated. Harassing after injunction. Back in January as well. That's all I'm showing, Judge.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Zach?
Yes, ma'am.
I know you're currently incarcerated on other matters, but when you're not incarcerated, do you live here in Hernando County?
Recently, yes.
And how long ago did you start staying here in Hernando County?
About 3 months ago.
Do you have family in the area?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And are you currently working? Were you working prior to being incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you doing for work?
Remodeling homes.
I'm going to set your bond in this matter pursuant to the schedule at $1,000. I'm going to have you back in court on June 14th at 9 a.m. in courtroom B here in the courthouse in Brooksville.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Cornfield?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
May you please have your date of birth?
12/29/73.
Thank you so much. I have for you today a violation of an injunction for repeat sex dating violence. There's probable cause for that charge. Going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney. Would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
I already have a PD representing me in my other case. It's the same alleged victim. Same person I talked to you about before I put some money on my books. And it keeps contacting me through my friends through the tablet. So I already have a...
Remember that right to remain silent, and I encouraged you to
Yeah, I know.
use
I choose
that.
not to.
Okay. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
County currently has 2 open cases, first being 23 CF 253, second being 23 CF 596. State urges this court to exercise its discretion under 907.041. Your Honor, we have 2 open cases against the same victim, now 3, when obviously when the court orders him not to have contact, he doesn't seem to understand that. So we urge this court to exercise its discretion and revoke his bond in 23 CF 253 and 23 CF 596.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Cornfein,
Yes, ma'am.
when you're not incarcerated, do you live here in Hernando County?
No, ma'am. From Chicago.
Do you have family in this area?
I don't know, and I can't contact them because this institution won't let me get my contacts out of my property.
And were you?
And I haven't contacted anyone. I don't even know this woman's phone number, and she's in my tablet. The only person that's contacting her is a deputy that went into my tablet and told her I was talking to another female. And now all of a sudden I'm getting all these new charges. I didn't know that's normal behavior down here.
Sir, now's not the time to go over any facts of your case. It's just a time to get bond set.
I was just confused. Okay. I just didn't know if that was normal or not.
So, Mr. Cornfein, I'm going to set your bond in this matter at $1,000.
Okay.
I'm going to
Thank
have
you.
you back in court on June 14th at 9 a.m. in courtroom B here in the courthouse in Brooksville. I'm going to revoke your bond in cases 23 CF 253 and 23 CF 596.
Okay.
So you're going to be held on no bond status on those charges in those
Okay.
cases.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Cornfein.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Vondelin? Wow, good morning, sir.
Wow, good morning, Your Honor.
And sir, may I please have your date of birth?
5/27/1983.
Thank you so much. I have 2 charges for you today. Knowingly driving while license canceled, suspended, or revoked, and reckless driving. There's probable cause for those charges. Going to represent yourself, hire a private attorney, or would you like the services of the Office of the Public Defender?
Public defender, please.
I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. And state, may I please have his criminal history?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have any paperwork for him in front of me.
And Mr. Vondelin, I have an address for you on Nautilus Boulevard in Dunellen.
Correct.
Is that a good address for you?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you lived there?
2 months.
And where did you live before that?
In Spring Hill.
Okay, do you have family in this area?
No, Your Honor.
Are you currently working?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
Right now is everything and anything. But typically I'm a pipe fitter, pipe welder.
I'm going to set your bond as to count 1 at $250. Set your bond as to count 2 at $250. And I'm going to have you back in court on June 14th at 9 a.m. in courtroom B. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Kurt Hitzman, County Court Judge here in Hernando County. You folks are here for your first appearance. The purpose of the first appearance is so that you may be informed of the charges against you. We'll determine if probable cause exists for those charges. Probable cause simply means it's more likely than not that a crime has occurred, more likely than not you're the person who committed that crime. Of course, as you stand before me this afternoon, I presume that you're innocent of these allegations. That presumption of innocence will stay with you through every stage of the proceedings unless and until the state attorney's office is able to prove the allegations against you beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. We'll set your conditions of pretrial release this afternoon, that is your bail or your bond. In most cases, you've had a bond set already pursuant to the bond schedule here in the 5th Judicial Circuit, or the warrant which led to your arrest. I'll determine if that bond should be raised or lowered or left the same, or whether there'll be additional conditions of pretrial release placed upon you. We'll let you know when your next court date will be, and if you'd like to have the services of the public defender, I'll gladly appoint the PD to represent you this afternoon. You do have a right to have contact with folks on the outside, family, friends, counsel. Finally, and most importantly, you're advised that you do have an absolute right to remain silent with regard to the facts which surround your arrest. I encourage you to do that. These proceedings are being recorded. In addition, there is an assistant state attorney in the courtroom with me. If you say something that tends to incriminate you, they will use it against you in the prosecution down the road. I now need each and every one of you there at the jail to please raise your right hands and be sworn. You all solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Outstanding. When you hear your name called, you can step forward to the podium. Tracy Arcarola.
That's right.
Afternoon, Tracy. What's your date of birth?
It's 3/27/89, sir.
Tracy, the charge is battery being domestic in nature. There's probable cause for the charge. As to that charge, you wish to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Yes, sir, please.
I'll appoint the PD. State.
There are 2 DD injunctions with child in 2014 and 2018, 2 shelter petitions wherein the defendant was the mom in 2018 and 2015, 1 felony child neglect without great bodily harm for which she received PTI in 2015.
All right, Tracy, I have an address for you on Campbell Drive in Brooksville. Is that where you live?
Well, I'm currently being evicted, sir, so that's
Okay.
not going to be my current address.
Okay. And were you living there with Mr. Lamberson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you working these days?
I own a business that I'm operating.
Okay. What kind of business?
It's called Viprint. I'm a graphic designer, so I have a heat press and a Cricut machine.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's all right. I'm going to set your bond at $500. Condition of the bond is that while the charge is pending, you'll have no contact with Mr. Lamberson. No contact means no contact of any kind. You don't call, you don't write, you don't email, you don't text message. Don't contact him through social media. Don't go where he lives. Don't go where he works. You don't have any contact of any kind. Any way that you might imagine having contact with him, I forbid you to do that. If you have contact and we find out about it, your bond can be revoked and you can be held without bond until the charges are resolved. It means no contact even if he wants the contact. So if you answer your phone and hear his voice, you should hang up. If you're out and about and see him, you should turn around and run the other way. You need to understand that he cannot drop the charges against you. That's not a decision that he gets to make. He may go to the state attorney's office and ask that the charge be dropped, but that decision will belong solely to the assistant state attorney handling your case. So unless that person or the judge on your case or your lawyer tell you the charges are dropped, you should assume they are not dropped and you should not have contact. In addition, I have to hold you today until 4 p.m. so that if you wanted to serve you with a civil injunction for protection against domestic violence, we'd know where to find you. If you get the civil injunction, it's doubly important you not have contact because in that case, not only could you get your bond revoked here, but you could get new charges for violating the injunction. You told me you're getting evicted from that home. If you need to go by one time to collect some of your things, you can do that, but you've got to contact the sheriff's office first, all right? And then they'll arrange to meet you there so there's somebody standing by while you get your things and get going where you're going. I'll have you back in court on the 19th of June Very important that you reach out to the public defender's office before then, okay?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Catherine Vahire.
Here, Your Honor.
Afternoon, ma'am. What's your date of birth?
3/31/1960.
Catherine, I have two charges today. I have an assault and a witness tampering, both being domestic in nature. There's probable cause for the charges. As to those charges, you wish to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Could you please? Yes.
You want the public defender?
Yes.
Very good. I'll appoint the PD. State.
Defendant doesn't have any priors.
Catherine, I have an address for you on Pagoda Drive in Spring Hill. Is that where you live?
No, I'm going to be evicted from that.
Okay.
From there.
Was Mr. Quayle living there?
We both lived together off and on for a year.
Okay. Are you working at all?
I'm on disability.
Okay. All right, Catherine, I'm going to set your bonds at $50 on each charge. That's a total of $100. Condition of that bond is that you have no contact with Mr. Quayle. Did you hear me explain no contact a moment ago?
Yes, sir.
Very
I
good.
did.
And you understood that?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Also have to hold you till 4 p.m., so if he wants to serve you with an injunction, we know where to find you. Also, if you need to collect some things from the Pagoda Drive address, contact the sheriff's office before you go there, okay?
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'll have you back in court on June 14th. Very important you contact the public defender when you get out, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Michael Cundiff. Can you resolve this thing? Can you resolve this today?
Yeah, but it's 60 days.
Okay. Michael, date of birth?
9988.
Michael, the charge is trespass. There's probable cause for the charge. If you wanted to resolve it today, it would be 60 days in the county jail. Otherwise, I'll set you a bond and appoint a lawyer.
I just want to go back to court next month.
Okay. I'll appoint the public defender, State.
The defendant has 3 trespasses adjudications in 2023, adjudication in 2022 for a battery, felony adjudication for burglary of a structure in 2021, misdemeanor trespass in 2021, felony battery in 2020, also in 2020 possession of paraphernalia, 2018 burglary of a conveyance, 2017 driving while license revoked, possession of paraphernalia, and trespass.
That's good. That's good. Michael, you working these days?
No, sir.
All right. I'm going to leave your bond at the $1,000. I'm going to have you back on June 14th. If you get out, go see the public defender. If you can't get out, they'll come see you at the jail, all right?
Okay.
Thank you. Jalen Dominguez. Afternoon, Jalen. Date of birth?
Good afternoon. April 12, 2001.
Jalen, I have 2 charges today. I've got a felony domestic battery by strangulation and a written threat. There's probable cause for those charges. As to those charges, you wish to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the PD. See?
2023 adjudication for petty theft and a stalking, which was dropped, and 7 counts of assault on Leo.
He's currently on probation, so.
Okay. Jalen, I have an address for you on Laketon Drive in Wekiwachi. Is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been there?
About a year and a half now.
Does Nicole live there as well?
No, sir.
Are you working these days?
I'm taking care of my mom that just got diagnosed with cancer.
Okay.
I consider that a job.
All right. On the felony domestic battery, I'll set your bond at $5,000. On the written threat at $1,000. The total is 6. Condition is that you have no contact with Miss Sheldon. Did you hear me explain no contact earlier?
Yes, sir.
And you understood that?
Yes, sir.
Also going to hold you till 4 p.m. So if you wanted to serve you with an injunction, we know where to find you. I'm going to have you back in court on June 20th. Very important that you contact the public defender before then, all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I had a question.
Sure, go ahead.
You said the bond altogether was 6,000?
Yes.
Okay. And
go ahead.
If that's paid, I can get out?
After 4 p.m., yeah.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you.
You bet. Caprice Lawrence. Afternoon, sir. What's your date of birth? What's your date of birth? Very good. He's not participating in first appearance. We'll hold him without bond until he comes back. The felony, it'll be June 20th. On the misdemeanors, it will be June 19th.
Your Honor, I have a note for 6:15 at 1:30 before Judge Toner. The felony, yes.
All right, thank you.
And what was the misdemeanor date?
6/19.
Thank you.
I'll have to fill that out later. Benjamin Marley. Afternoon, Benjamin. What's your date of birth?
5/6/92.
Benjamin, you're here on a warrant that was signed by Judge Vergara. She found probable cause for two counts, assault and criminal mischief. There's as to those charges, then, do you wish to represent yourself? You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender would be nice.
I'll appoint the public defender, Steve.
Mr. Marley has a felony, written threats to kill, resisting without violence in 2022. 2021, he has a misdemeanor criminal mischief, and in 2020, misdemeanor battery.
All right, Ben, I have an address for you on Country Lane in Spring Hill. Is that where you live?
Yes.
How long have you been there?
Quite a few years.
Okay. Are you working these days?
Yes, that's all I do.
What do you do?
Remodel pools, resurface, retile, everything. Build them.
Okay. All right, I'm going to set your bond at $500 on each count. Condition is that you have no contact with Susan Marley. Did you hear me explain no contact?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand that?
Yeah, as far as that goes, is there a way I can get somebody to grab my belongings there? Because I have some things there.
Well, my understanding is that what you just told me is you live someplace other than where she lives.
No, that's correct. About 2 weeks ago, she called me some family drama. I took a bag over there, and I wasn't able to grab the bag, so.
You can go to get your things, but you've got to contact the sheriff's office first. They'll arrange a time to meet you there so that you can pick up your things and get going where you're going, all right?
Yes, sir. And you said my bill was $500?
It's $500 on each count. The total's $1,000.
So that's $100?
You'll be back in court on the 14th of June. Thank you.
100 each? Thank you.
Glenn Thompson? Gives all this.
30 days.
Afternoon, Glenn. Date of birth?
10/16/68.
Glenn, the charge is trespass. There's probable cause for that charge. If you'd like to resolve the charge today, it would be 30 days in the county jail. If you'd rather bond out and speak to a lawyer, you can do that. What do you think you want to do?
Bond out.
Very good. Would you like the public defender?
Yes, sir.
Very good. State.
The defendant has 8 felony petty thefts in 2022, 2021 adjudication for possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. 2017, he's got adjudication for 3 petty thefts. In 2016, he's got a Baker Act and also has a DUI. 2001, he's got cruelty towards a child withhold.
That's good. You're good. You're good. Glenn, I got an address on Dry Creek Ranch Road. Is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
How long you been there?
Beginning of January.
All right. You working these days?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
People ready?
I'll leave the bond at the $500. I'll have you back in court on June 14th. Very important that you reach out to the public defender when you get out, all right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Ziegler? Afternoon, Brandon. What's your date of birth? Right.
1-1-1.
You're okay, Brandon. 3. Okay, all right. Brandon, the charge is battery being domestic in nature. There's probable cause for that charge. As to that charge, you're going to want the public defender?
Yes.
I'll appoint the PD. State.
Mr. Ziegler has a 2023 to 2022, several incapacity proceedings. 2017 criminal mischief and disorderly conduct adjudication, 2016 withhold on misdemeanor battery.
And Brandon, were you living on Pine Top Ridge Lane in Brooksville? Is that where you were living?
Yes.
All right. Was Sarah living there too?
Yes.
All right. Are you working at all these days?
No.
So Brandon, I'm going to set your bond at $100. Condition of the bond is that while this charge is going on, you'll have no contact with Sarah, all right?
All right.
Okay.
Your Honor?
Yep. Right. Do you have a question?
She would like to be heard.
Oh, okay.
I just want to say he's on disability, and he's now almost 24 hours without any of his medications.
You're going to be able to get him out very quickly here. That's what I'm working on.
He was living in Pine Top, but he's going to be coming to Pinellas.
I guessed based on what I'd heard already before you got here. So, yeah, right. All right. So Brandon, it's $100. Sounds like your mom's going to come get you. I won't hold you this afternoon, so she can come and get you right away. But no contact with Sarah, and then we'll be back in court on the 14th of June, and then you guys should contact the public defender right away.
I do have another question.
Yep.
He has a 4-year-old son. Is there any way we can make arrangements like for the sheriff to go with me to pick up his son for visitation for him?
The sheriffs won't get involved in that, and I can tell you, ma'am, it's really difficult to work visitation, especially at this stage of a charge like this, because I have to order no contact. Any way that you would order visitation would be contact through a third party. So unless she asks for contact or something else happens for at least a couple of weeks, you're going to be without contact.
So like I can't request it.
No. Well, see, that's the problem. Any contact you would have with Sarah at this point would be on his behalf.
Oh, I don't want any contact.
Well, okay, so that's what I mean. It would be pretty hard to arrange without someone contacting her. The sheriff's office won't get involved. I'm not sure what else you can do other than file a civil case to establish custody and all of that stuff if they were never married. So, it is without a doubt a very difficult situation when there are children. All right? Okay, thanks, man. All right. And I have Troy Robinson. Afternoon, Troy. What's your date of birth?
1/30/78.
So Troy, you got left over from the weekend. The charge is no motor vehicle registration. Did you ever get the tag on the car, Troy?
No, sir. The police towed it. That's why I don't understand what this is all over.
Okay.
I haven't had the vehicle in 2.5 years.
Well, what it's all about is you had a date to be in court and you weren't there.
Yeah, but my roommate had died. I moved out of the place I was staying in, so I moved to Fort Lauderdale, where my work was. I honestly totally forgot about it. I parked the vehicle because I'm pretty sure I expressed to you that I was either going to park it or sell it because my insurance company didn't pay the tow and I was trying to be charged an extra almost $700.
Right. All right, well, we can resolve it right now. If you want, Troy, I will fine you $323 and you can get out of jail and pay the fine when you can with the clerk's office.
Well, what about the 13 days I've done in jail?
I can give you the 13 days. That'll cost you $650 plus $450. So if you'd like that, just let me know.
I don't understand what you're trying to say, sir. I can barely say pregnant.
I'm trying to give you a break, Troy.
No, I understand that. but what
Okay,
I'm
if I
asking is
sentence
what-
you to 13 days in jail, you pay $650, cost of incarceration, and a $450 fine. That's $1,200, $1,100. Or you can accept the fine I offered you, which is $323. Are you good at
Okay, well,
math,
I
Troy?
didn't know my options, sir. I don't have a lawyer present, so I don't know my options. I'm sorry to
Okay,
ask.
I'll have you back on June 13th.
Well, I'll accept the, I'm just saying, I don't know my options. So I'll accept the 323. I mean,
No, I can't take the plea anymore because you don't understand your options. I'll set your bond at $500, appoint
I
the
didn't say I
public
didn't
defender, I'll
understand.
have you back on June 14th. Sit down. Hey, bring it back. You got something to say, Troy?
Your Honor, I didn't say I didn't
You're
understand.
being disrespectful. I'm trying to help you out. You're arguing with me. And that's why it's not going well for you.
I
So you shouldn't
apologize.
be mumbling, walking away from the microphone.
I thought you said you all said.
$500. See you in June. All right. Good afternoon, folks. My name is Kurt Hitzman, County Court Judge here in Hernando County. You folks are here for your first appearance. Purpose of the first appearance is so that you may be informed of the charges against you. I'll determine if probable cause exists for those charges. Probable cause simply means it's more likely than not that a crime has occurred. More likely than not, you're the person who committed that crime. Of course, as you stand before me this afternoon, I presume that you're innocent of these allegations. That presumption of innocence will stay with you through every stage of the proceedings unless and until the state attorney's office is able to prove the allegations against you beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. We'll set your conditions of pretrial release this afternoon. That is your bail or your bond. In most cases, you've had a bond set already pursuant to the bond schedule here in the 5th Judicial Circuit or the warrant which led to your arrest. I'll determine if that bond should be raised or lowered or left the same, or whether there'll be additional conditions of pretrial release placed upon you. We'll let you know when your next court date will be. If you'd like to have the services of the public defender, I'll gladly appoint the PD to represent you this afternoon. You do have a right to have contact with the folks on the outside, family, friends, counsel. Finally, and most importantly, you're advised that you do have an absolute right to remain silent with regard to the facts which surround your arrest. I encourage you to do that. These proceedings are being recorded. In addition, there is an assistant state attorney in the courtroom with me. If you say something that tends to incriminate you, they will use it against you in the prosecution down the road. Now I need each and every one of you there at the jail to please raise your right hands and be sworn. You all solemnly swear, affirm, tell truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Outstanding. When you hear your name called, you can step forward to the podium. Jalen Dominguez. Jalen, date of birth? What's your date of birth?
04/12/2001.
Charge today is violation of the condition of pretrial release. He was yesterday, right?
Yes.
All right. Michelle, does yesterday's case have a case number yet?
Excuse me?
Hang on, Jalen.
Oh.
Probably not, right? Anyway, Jalen, for this charge, there's probable cause. As to this charge, you're going to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender.
I'm going to appoint the public defender. And do we know the return date for the yesterday case? That's the other thing. At the jail, do you guys know what date we gave Jalen yesterday? Well, it was a felony yesterday. It was a felony, never mind. That won't matter.
Excuse me?
All right, so Jalen, what I'm going to do on this case is set your bond at $1,000. Condition on this case is that you do not call or write Nicole from the jail. In the case from yesterday, I'm going to revoke your bonds. We're going to hold you without bond on those cases pursuant to Florida Statute 903.0471. So you'll be without bond on those cases. Those will be coming back on the felony date. This is a misdemeanor. It will come back on June 19th. The public defender will come see you at the jail before your court dates, okay?
Excuse me? Am I able to say something?
Sure, go ahead.
The number that I contacted, sir, was my phone number. I didn't know that Nicole had possession of it. How does that count as?
You should talk to your lawyer about that. Have a seat.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ryan Harry? Afternoon, Ryan. What's your date of birth?
5290.
Ryan, the charge of possession of controlled substance, there's probable cause for that charge. As to that charge, you're going to represent yourself, you're going to hire private counsel, or would you like the public defender?
PD.
I'll appoint the PD. State.
Yeah, public defender.
Hang on.
Mr. Harry has in 2022 a DV injunction and a Marchman Act, 2018 probation violation, 2015 dropped possession of paraphernalia, and an adjudication on grand theft and 2 counts of dealing in stolen property and 2 counts of defrauding a pawnbroker.
Ryan, I have an address for you on Landover. Is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
How long have you lived there?
Many, many years.
All right. Are you working these days?
Yes.
What do you do?
Landscaping.
I'm going to leave your bond at the $2,000. I'll have you back in court on June 20th. Very important that you contact the public defender when you get out, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. James Martin. Afternoon, sir. What is your date of birth?
6/3/59.
James, you're here on a warrant that was signed by Judge Vergara. She found probable cause for 1 count of battery being domestic in nature. There's probable cause for that charge then. So as to that charge, you wish to represent yourself. Do you plan to hire a private attorney? Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the public defender. State.
Mr. Martin has a 1988 adjudication for driving while license suspended and an animal nuisance charge.
And James, I have an address for you on Spring Hill Drive. Is that where you're living?
That's correct.
How long have you been there?
Since about 2014.
All right. Is that where Susie lives as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you working these days?
I'm disabled.
James, I'm going to set your bond at $500. Condition of the bond is that while this charge is pending, you can't have any contact with Susie. No contact means no contact of any kind. You don't call, you don't write, you don't email, you don't text message, you don't contact her through social media, don't have a third person contact her, don't go where she lives, don't go where she works, don't have any contact of any kind. Any way that you might imagine getting a message to her, I forbid you to do that. If you have contact and we find out about it, your bond can be revoked and you can be held without bond until the charges are resolved. It means no contact even if she wants the contact. So if you answer your phone and hear her voice, you should hang up. If you're out and about and see her, you should turn around and run the other way. You need to understand that she cannot drop the charges against you. That's not a decision she gets to make. She may go to the state attorney's office and ask them to drop the charge, but that decision belongs solely to the assistant state attorney handling your case. So unless that person or the judge on your case or your lawyer tell you the charges are dropped, you should assume they are not dropped and you should not have contact. As long as Susie stays at that house on Spring Hill Drive, you'll have to find somewhere else to stay. You may go by the house one time to collect your things, your clothes, your toothbrush, whatever you need for wherever you plan to stay. To do that, however, you must contact the sheriff's office first. They'll arrange a time to meet you there with a deputy who will stand by while you get your things and get going where you're going. I'm going to have you back in court on June 19th. Very important that you contact the public defender when you get out, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Ryan Sattler. Afternoon, Ryan. What's your date of birth?
I'm doing well, 11/29/82.
Ryan, the charge is trespass. There's probable cause for the charge. As to that charge, do you wish to represent yourself? You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Represent myself.
Very good. State.
Mr. Sattler, in 2023 had 3 Baker Acts, 1 Baker Act in 2021, a withhold in 2015 for disorderly and resisting without violence, 2008 disorderly, Out of state, he has in Kentucky 2018 DUI, leaving the scene of an accident, felony assault adjudications, and in, I think it's South Carolina, between 2020 and 22, he has several DV batteries and violations of DV injunctions.
Ryan, are you working these days?
I'm a disabled vet and I do roadside assistance.
I'm going to leave your bond at the $500. I'll have you back in court on June 19th, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Holly Roberts.
Hello,
Afternoon, Holly. What's your date of birth?
10/29/70.
Holly, you're here in a charge of battery being domestic in nature. There's probable cause for the charge. As to that charge, do you wish to represent yourself? Going to hire private counsel, or would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Public defender, please.
I'll appoint the PD. State?
No prior criminals, 2 involuntary placements, one in 2022 and one in 2020.
Okay. And Holly, I have an address for you on Chalice Drive in Spring Hill. Is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been there?
Since 2016.
All right. Is that where Jeffrey lives as well?
Yes.
Are you working these days?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a registered nurse.
Holly, I'm going to set your bond at $50. Condition of the bond is that you have no contact with Jeffrey while this case is proceeding. Did you hear me explain no contact a moment ago?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand it?
I do.
All right.
I bet I will have a chance to go by my property and get grab
In your case, because it was just an arrest from yesterday, I do have to hold you this afternoon until 4 p.m. so that if Jeffrey wanted to serve you with a civil injunction for protection against domestic violence, we'd know where to find you. If you get the civil injunction, it's doubly important you not have contact, because in that case, not only would you get your bond revoked here, but you'd get new charges for violating the injunction. You certainly may go by the home, but you must contact the sheriff's office first, okay? All right, I'm going to have you back in court on June 19th. Very important that you contact the public defender when you get out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Austin Maltese. Afternoon, Austin. Date of birth?
How you doing, Your Honor?
Good. What's your date of birth?
July 20th, 1997.
Austin, you're here on a warrant signed by Judge Hewas. She found probable cause for a violation of probation. The folks at the probation department are recommending 30 days in the county jail if you wanted to resolve it today. If you'd rather speak to an attorney before you do anything, you sure can do that. But if you opt for the attorney, I'm going to leave your bond at no bond because it's a VOP. So you want to take the 30 days or you want to speak to an attorney?
I'll just take 30 days.
All right, you understand by entering an admission to a violation of probation, you give up the right to have a trial to the court, the right to confront the witnesses against you, the right to have an attorney represent you, but you're willing to give up those rights so we can resolve this today?
Yes, sir.
Very good. In case number 19, CT 4127, do you admit that you violated your probation?
What's that again, sir?
Do you admit that you violated your probation?
Yes, sir.
Accept the admission, find that it was freely and voluntarily made, revoke and terminate the probation unsuccessfully, adjudicate you guilty of the underlying charge if that was not done before. I will sentence you to 30 days in the county jail. I'll give you credit for 3 days served. There'll be $100 for the state. And Austin, the DUI conditions that you didn't finish, the DUI school and so forth, those are D6s or suspensions on your driver's license. If you ever wish to have a license again, you'll have to complete those conditions. And then there'll be a cost of incarceration. But that takes care of it. You've got about 22 days left to do, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Billy Luke.
Move, Your Honor.
This is Billy Lukey.
Mr. Lukey, what's your date of birth?
12/12/43.
So Luke, I have a warrant for you out of Marion County. 2 counts for sexual performance by a child and transfer of harmful material. The judge that signed that warrant found probable cause and set your bond at no bond. I can't change that. I'll give Marion County 5 days to come get you. If you're still here in 5, they'll bring you back to see me, okay?
Okay, what, I didn't understand all that.
You're being held here on a Marion County warrant. I'm going to have the folks from Marion County come get you. You got to go to Marion County to deal with these charges.
Okay.
All right, they're going to come get you and take you there, and the judge that'll handle your case, you'll see them at Marion County.
Okay.
Very good.
Yeah, I get a chance for an attorney or what?
When you get to Marion County, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You bet. Patricia Brazino.
Patricia Rosenio here.
Ma'am, what's your date of birth?
9/29/59.
Ma'am, you're here on a charge of battery being domestic in nature. There's probable cause for the charge. As to that charge, you're going to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Yes, a public defender, please.
I will appoint the public defender. State any history.
No history, Your Honor. The victim is present and would like to be heard. He'd
Okay.
like to request peaceful contact.
Okay, have him come forward.
Your Honor, can I say something, please?
Not yet. Hang on.
He's accompanied by his granddaughter.
Okay. Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. What's your name, sir?
Marcelino Briseño.
All right. And what would you like to tell me?
I just like to tell you that we've been married for 4 years. We never had these problems. And she's on the medical need. She's diabetic. She can walk. She needs to be home.
Okay. You're concerned that she hurt you or harmed you in any way?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you to get you to come here?
No.
Okay. All right. Hang on. So Patricia, what I'm going to do is set your bond at $10. I'm going to order peaceful contact. So your husband's going to come get you and can take you home, but all the contact you guys have has to be peaceful contact, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right. You still have to be back in court on June 19th, so make sure that you guys get to the public defender before then, okay?
Yes.
All right, so no hold, peaceful contact, $10. Sir, it can still take a while to get her processed out of the jail, so be patient, but they'll get her processed out this afternoon, and you'll be able to pick her up.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is there anything else at the jail? All right, is that it, jail? Thanks. Good afternoon, folks. My name is Kurt Hitzman, County Court Judge here in Hernando County. You folks are here for your first appearance. The purpose of the first appearance is so that you may be informed of the charges against you. I will determine if probable cause exists for those charges. Probable cause simply means it's more likely than not that a crime has occurred. More likely than not, you're the person who committed that crime. Of course, as you stand before me this afternoon, I presume that you're innocent of these allegations. That presumption of innocence will stay with you through every stage of the proceedings, unless and until the state attorney's office is able to prove the allegations against you beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. We'll set your conditions of pretrial release this afternoon, that is your bail or your bond. In most cases, you've had a bond set already pursuant to the bond schedule here in the 5th Judicial Circuit or the warrant which led to your arrest. I'll determine if that bond should be raised or lowered or left the same, or whether there'll be additional conditions of pretrial release placed upon you. We'll let you know when your next court date will be, and if you'd like to have the services of the public defender, I'll gladly appoint the PD to represent you this afternoon. You do have an absolute right to have contact with folks on the outside, family, friends, counsel. Finally, and most importantly, you're advised that you have an absolute right to remain silent with regard to the facts which surround your arrest. I encourage you to do that. These proceedings are being recorded. In addition, there is an assistant state attorney in the courtroom with me. If you say something that tends to incriminate you, they will use it against you in the prosecution down the road. I now need each and every one of you there at the jail to please raise your right hands and be sworn. You all solemnly swear, affirm, tell truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Outstanding. When you hear your name called, you can come forward to the podium. Taylor Bridges. Afternoon, Taylor, date of birth.
3/14/94.
The charge is organized fraud. There's probable cause for the charge. As to that charge, do you wish to represent yourself? You're going to hire a private attorney. Would you like me to appoint the public defender? I'll appoint the public defender, State.
No priors.
And Taylor, I have an address for you on West Buena Vista Street in Detroit, Michigan. Is that where you live?
No, not
Okay.
right now.
Where do you live now?
I live on Ball Court
Okay.
in Hudson.
All right. Are you working these days?
No.
Set your bond at $1,000. I'm going to have you back in court on June 20th. Very important when you bond out that you contact the public defender right away, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Tammy Dominic?
Yes, sir.
Afternoon, Tammy. What's your date of birth?
3/29/68.
Tammy, you're here on a charge of battery being domestic in nature. There's probable cause for the charge. As to that charge, do you wish to represent yourself? You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the PD, State.
No prior criminal history, multiple Baker Act admissions.
And Tammy, I have an address for you on Pistachio Street in Weeki Wachee. Is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
How long have you lived there?
2 years now.
All right. Does Tim live there as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you working these days?
Yes, sir. Same job.
What do you do?
Cut hair.
Okay. Tammy, I'm going to set your bond at $50. Condition of the bond is that while the charge is pending, you're not going to have any contact with Tim. No contact means no contact of any kind. You don't call, you don't write, you don't email, you don't text message. Don't contact him through social media. Don't have a third person contact him. Don't go where he lives. Don't go where he works. Don't have any contact of any kind. Any way that you might imagine to get a message to him, I forbid you to do that. If you have contact and we find out about it, you get your bond revoked here and you could be held without bond until the charges are resolved. It means no contact even if he wants the contact. So if you answer your phone and hear his voice, you should hang up. If you're out and about and see him, turn around and run the other way. You need to understand that he cannot drop the charges against you. He may go to the state attorney's office and ask them to drop the charges. He may tell them he doesn't want to pursue this. But that decision belongs solely to the assistant state attorney handling your case. So unless that person or your lawyer or the judge on your case tell you the charges are dropped, you should assume they are not dropped and you should not have contact. I have to hold you this afternoon until 4 p.m. so that if he wanted to serve you with a civil injunction for protection against domestic violence, we'd know where to find you. If you get a civil injunction, it's doubly important you not have contact, because in that case, not only could you get your bond revoked here, but you could get new charges for violating the injunction. As long as Tim continues to live on Pistachio Street, you'll have to find somewhere else to stay until we get this case resolved. You can go by the house to pick up your things, your clothes, your toothbrush, whatever you need for wherever you plan to go. To do that, however, you must contact the sheriff's office first. They will arrange a time to meet you there with a deputy who will stand by while you get your things and get going where you're going. I'm going to have you back in court on June 19th. Very important that you contact the public defender when you get out, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Now, freedom to speak for a minute, please.
Sure, go ahead.
I served him with a 5-day eviction 7 days ago. How can I get out?
If you have started a civil case, you can continue that civil case, and the two of you can even be in the same courtroom together pursuant to that civil case. But if you wind up in a courtroom where he is, just don't say hello, don't wave, don't say anything. Just do what the bailiff in the courtroom tells you to do, all right?
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Marjorie Fowler. Afternoon, Marjorie. Date of birth?
August 1394.
Marjorie, the charge is organized fraud. There's probable cause for that charge. As to that charge, you wish to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
A public defender.
I'll appoint the PD, State.
2018 dismissed duelist, 2017 adjudication duelist, 2016 expired driver's license, more than 6 months dismissed.
Marjorie, I have an address for you in Tampa. Is that where you live?
No, I live on Bar Court, 9612.
Okay. Are you working these days?
Not at the moment.
All right. Also, we'll set your bond then at $1,000. I'll have you back in court on June 20th. Very important that you go see the public defender when you get out, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Barth?
Hi, Judge.
Afternoon, Michael. Date of birth?
3/21/90.
Mike, I have two charges today, possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia. There's probable cause for those charges. As to those charges, do you wish to represent yourself? You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
I'm gonna hire a public defender, please.
Okay.
I was wondering if I might be able to have my bond,
But we're working on it right now, Mike. That's what we're doing. So hang on a second. So I'll appoint the public defender.
I do have a past record.
Okay, Mike, hang on. Let me get to you. I'll give you a chance in a second, all right?
Yes, sir.
Dave, go ahead.
2019 adjudication, felony adjudication on 2 counts of possession of a controlled substance and 3 counts of possession of paraphernalia. In 2018, he has a felony adjudication for petty theft 2 or more and a driving while license suspended or revoked. 2016, he has a misdemeanor conviction for petty theft 2nd offense. 2014, he has a misdemeanor adjudication for petty theft and a felony adjudication for forgery of a check and petty theft. 2013, he has a misdemeanor adjudication for possession of paraphernalia. 2012, felony adjudication, 2 counts of burglary of a structure.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Mike, are you staying any place in particular these days?
Yes, it's been 4 years since I've been in trouble. I've been trying to stay out of trouble with a great deal. I've been working. I don't have as much, the $3,000 bond. I don't have the collateral. I do have
Okay, Mike,
$300.
can you tell me where you lived? Are you living any place?
301 South Broad Street.
Okay, are you working these days?
Yes.
What do you do?
Yeah, I actually work for the Sunset Motel. I clean out the rooms for her and
Okay.
whatnot there.
Okay, I can't, so Mike, I can't ROR you, but I will reduce it to 500 on each count, so the total's 1,000. That's the best I can do. I'll have you back in court on June 20th, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kashawn Carson? Can we resolve this today?
Yes, Your Honor, time served, adjudication time served, 3 days, fines and costs.
Kashawn, date of birth?
04/11/2004.
So, Kashawn, this is a warrant that I signed because you failed to appear in my court on a charge of no valid driver's license. If you'd like to take care of it today, I would adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to time served. You'd have a fine to pay, but this would be done, and if there was nothing else keeping you in jail, you'd get out today. Does that sound like something you'd like to do?
Yes.
All right, I understand by entering a plea today, you give up the right to have a trial by jury, the right to confront the witnesses against you, the right to remain silent, but you're willing to give up those rights so we can take care of this today? Yes?
Yes.
Case number 22-CT-517, as to the charge that you operated a motor vehicle without a valid license. How do you wish to plead? You may plead no contest. Want to plead no contest, Kashawn?
Yes.
Okay. I'll accept the plea, find it was freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty. I'll sentence you to 1 day, credit 1 day. Fine and court costs is $450. That takes care of it, and your cost of incarceration. That takes care of it, Kashawn. If there's nothing else keeping you in the jail, you'll be released today, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Davis? Afternoon, Chris. What's your date of birth?
June 8, 1990.
Chris, the charge is battery being domestic in nature. There's probable cause for the charge. As to that charge, you wish to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the public defender. State.
Mr. Davis has a 2010 out-of-state conviction for disorderly conduct.
And Chris, I have an address for you in Huntsville, Alabama. Is that where you live?
No, sir. I moved here with my wife around 2 or 3 months ago.
All right. Where are you living here?
4230 Jason Road.
Okay. All right. And that's where Robin lives as well?
Yes, it is.
All right. Are you working these days?
Yes, I work at Haverty's.
Okay. All right, so Chris, I'll set your bond at $500. Condition of the bond is that you have no contact with Robin while the charge is pending. Did you hear me explain no contact a moment ago?
Yes, I did.
And do you understand that?
Yes, and I still my vehicle is there.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you go by, Chris. I'll let you go by the house to get your car and your stuff. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I have to hold you till 4 o'clock in case she wants to serve you with an injunction. You can go by the house to collect your things, whatever it is that you need. You've got to call the sheriff's office before you go so they can arrange a time to meet you there with a deputy. All right.
All right, thank you.
I'll have you back in court on June 19th. Very important that you reach out to the public defender's office when you get out. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kivas Gaddy. Afternoon, sir. What's your date of birth?
12/28/97.
You are here on a warrant that was signed by Judge Scaglione. He found probable cause for 1 count of armed burglary of a conveyance. As to that charge, you wish to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the PD. State.
Mr. Gaddy has out-of-state history in Georgia, 2016 possession of marijuana less than 20 grams. Warrant was issued 2018. Warrant was also issued for disorderly conduct. In 2021, he was indicted for tampering with evidence, and he got an adjudication for possession of marijuana less than 1 ounce.
Okay. And Kivas, I have an address for you in Reynolds, Georgia. Is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have a job up there?
I'm working in McDonough, Georgia.
All right. I'm going to set your bond at $10,000 with the condition that you have no contact with the alleged victim. I don't think you knew the alleged victim. I'll have you back in court on June 29th. If you're able to get out, go see the public defender. If you can't get out, they'll come see you at the jail before you go to court again, okay?
All right,
thank you. Carl Hall? Afternoon, Carl. Date of birth?
12/21/63.
Carl, you're hearing a warrant that was signed by Judge Merritt. He found probable cause for a violation of probation. As to that charge, you want to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender? I'll appoint the PD. Judge Merritt set your bond at no bond. I can't change that. I'll send you back to see him on June 20th, and the PD will come see you before you go to court, okay?
Your Honor, I have a note for June 6th to
Okay.
Merritt Jr. at 9 a.m.
Very good. Carl, it'll be June 6th.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you. Luther Layton.
How you doing today?
Good afternoon, Luther. What's your date of birth?
9/19/01.
Luther, the charge is retail theft. There's probable cause for that charge. As to that charge, you want to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender.
I'll appoint the PD. State.
Mr. Latin has an open duelist in Pasco from 2023. Out-of-state South Carolina 2021 adjudication for assault and battery. A 2019 adjudication for disorderly conduct.
And Luther, have you been staying any place in particular?
No, I'm homeless currently.
Okay. You been working at all?
I was working at Take 5.
Okay. All right, I'm going to leave your bond at the $500. This case will be back in court on June 19th. If you're able to get out, you should go see the PD. If you're not able to get out, they'll come see you, all right?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, there's also a VOP, violation of
It's
probation.
an interstate compact thing. There's nothing for us to do. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep. Lehman Morgan. Afternoon, Mr. Morgan. What's your date of birth?
12/27/77.
All right. You're here on a warrant out of Pasco County, Mr. Morgan. The judge in Pasco County looks like they think you failed to appear on a couple of counts, and that judge set your bonds on both of them at no bond. I can't change those. We're going to let the folks in Pasco know you're here and ready to go. I will give them 5 days to come pick you up. It doesn't take that long with Pasco, but if for some unforeseen reason you were still here in 5 days, they'd bring you back to see me and we'd find out what the holdup is, all right?
Yeah, they held me 38 days and they let me go.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You have to get closer to the microphone.
They held me for 38 days and they didn't charge me.
Okay, well, I can't do anything about that other than tell you that Pasco is on the clock now and they gotta come get you.
They haven't charged, they can't charge me with anything.
Okay, Pasco is on their way to get you. Have a seat. John Nessarella. Hey, John. Date of birth?
September 3rd, 1985.
All right, John, this is an order revoking bond signed by Judge Merritt, so he's revoked your bond in the felony case. Did you have a public defender on that case, John?
No, Mr. Brown is my attorney,
Okay,
sir.
and he knows about this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so I can't change the bond, unfortunately. You'll be back on this case, it looks like, on the 26th of May. All right, so that's later this week. You'll be back in court here, and then Judge Merritt can revisit the bond decision if he wishes, all right?
Thank you, sir.
All right, good luck, John.
Thank you, sir.
Robert Reyes? Robert Reyes? Afternoon, Robert. What's your date of birth?
12/12/69.
Robert, the charge is driving on a suspended license. There's probable cause for that charge. As to that charge, you're going to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender? I'll appoint the PD, state.
Mr. Race has an open felony in citrus for possession of controlled substance without a prescription, a 2016 felony adjudication for fraud regarding employees not getting workers' compensation insurance, and a 2014 adjudication for a misdemeanor trespass.
All right. And Robert, I have an address for you in Land O'Lakes. Is that where you live?
Yeah.
How long have you been there?
10 years.
All right. Are you working these days?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Construction.
Okay. I'm going to set your bond at $1,000. I'm going to have you back in court on the 19th of June. If you get out, make sure you contact the public defender right away, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex Rice? Afternoon, Alex. What's your date of birth?
2/18/93.
Alex, this is a probable cause arrest for violation of probation. There is probable cause. As to that charge, you wish to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
I guess public defender.
I'll appoint the PD. The bond, of course, on the VOP is no bond. I'll have you back in court on June 15th, and the public defender will come see you. What? We have a different date?
6/1 at 1:30.
June 1st, and the public defender will come see you, all right? Ethan Schmidt.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello, Ethan. Date of birth?
030301.
So, Ethan, you're here on a warrant that was signed by Judge Scaglione. He found probable cause for 4 charges: dealing in stolen property by the use of the internet, unlawful use of a two-way communication device, and selling a vessel without a valid certificate of title. As to those charges, you wish to represent yourself. You're going to hire private counsel. Would you like the public defender?
Public defender, sir.
I'll appoint the PD, state.
Mr. Schmidt has an open felony for possession of an outboard motor with an unidentifiable serial number and hull ID plate assigned to another vessel, and a 2021 felony PTI for possession of transport of illegal fishing nets.
And Ethan, I've got an address for you on, is it Wallian Drive? Is that where you live?
Please repeat that, sir.
Is it Wallian, W-A-L-L-I-E-N?
Correct.
All right, how long you been there?
4 years now, 3. I'd say 3 years.
All right. Are you working these days?
Yes, I'm self-employed, and I was just about to get a job at Harbor Freight also to help support my children.
Okay. All right. On the 3 felonies, I'm going to set your bond at $2,000 each. On the misdemeanor at $1,000. That's a total of $7,000. These charges are coming back on the 20th of June. If you get out, it's very important that you contact the public defender right away, okay?
Okay, so all my charges I have a bond on because I'm
I set a bond on everything.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Joe.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Christopher Banskoy, Spanish interpreter, previously sworn. Allow me just 1 second.
Good morning. Have you been previously sworn?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
Great, thank you. And this is Judge Carter. I'm at the BRC. This is case number 23MM3720. Do we have the headphones? Okay. Are you Mr. Carrera Diaz?
Yeah.
You speak English, sir?
No, it's fun.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Mr. Interpreter, I need your assistance with both the alleged victim and the defendant, okay?
All right, Your Honor, I'm ready.
All right, thank you. All right, sir, good morning. Please tell me your name.
Buenos días, señor. Por favor, dígame cuál es su nombre.
Giovanni Correa.
Giovanni Correa.
All right, sir. You've been arrested for battery, domestic violence.
Bien, señor, usted se le arrestó por haber cometido agresión física intrafamiliar.
There is probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you.
Existen suficientes indicios razonables de criminalidad y le voy a designar la oficina del defensor público para que le represente.
Sir, good morning.
Buenos días, señor.
Could you raise your right hand for me? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Por favor, levante la mano derecha, jura y promete que el testimonio que presentará en esta causa será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad. I swear.
All right, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Por favor, dígame cuál es su nombre.
Andy Alberto Cruz Machín.
Repita, señor.
Andy Alberto Cruz Machín.
Andy Alberto Machín.
Sí.
Excuse me? Tell me your name.
Andy Alberto Cruz Machín.
Andy Alberto Cruz Machín.
Is it Andy Cruz?
¿Es Andy Cruz?
Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz.
Yes, Andy Cruz.
Okay, thank you, sir. Did you want to have contact with Mr. Carrera?
Gracias, señor. Y le pregunto, ¿desea usted tener algún tipo de contacto con el señor Correa?
Repítame la pregunta.
Can you please repeat the question?
Do you want to have contact with your stepdad?
¿Desea usted tener contacto con su padrastro?
No.
No. All right, thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Mr. Carrera, at this time, you are not to have any contact with Mr. Diaz.
Señor Correa, en este momento, de ahora en adelante, le voy a prohibir el contacto con el señor Díaz.
You are to maintain a separate residence.
De ahora en adelante debe mantener una vivienda aparte.
You may have a one-time return with law enforcement to get your things.
Puede regresar en una sola ocasión al hogar para recoger sus pertenencias mientras está escoltado por los agentes de orden público.
You are not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Y prohibido la posesión de armas de fuego o armas blancas.
What is your question, sir?
¿Cuál es su pregunta, señor?
No tengo para dónde ir, esa es mi casa. Yo soy propietario de esa casa. Yo soy propietario de esa casa.
Your Honor, did you give a monetary bond? You set the amount?
Nope. Mr. Carrera.
Your Honor, he's stating that it's his house. I can't talk to him and
I will.
Thank
I'll
you.
Explain. Two things, Mr. Carrera. Mr. Carrera, look at me.
Señor Correa, por favor, mire, me lo voy a explicar dos cosas.
Mr. Carrera,
Correa, míreme,
I need you to listen to me, okay?
escúcheme, hágame caso.
Okay. One, your bond is $500.
Primero, su fianza se ha establecido un monto total de $500.
I understand that it is your home.
Y yo entiendo que ese es su hogar.
However,
Sin embargo,
I cannot make your stepson leave.
Yo no puedo obligar a que su hijastro se vaya del hogar.
If he is at the house, you cannot be there.
Si él está en el hogar, usted no puede estar allí.
If he does not have a legal right to be there, you will need to go to the courthouse and begin eviction or unlawful detainer proceedings.
Ahora, si él está en el hogar legalmente, pero no tiene, pero él no le pertenece a él, usted tiene que dirigirse al tribunal para entonces entablar un proceso de desahucio.
But in the meantime, if he's there, do not go there except for the one time with the police to get your things until you get that figured out.
Pero durante el momento que él esté allí, usted no puede regresar, con la excepción de que va a regresar en una sola ocasión, escoltado por los agentes de orden público para recoger sus pertenencias. Si él está allí, usted no puede estar allí.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you, Mr. Interpreter. We're all set.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Thank you.
Have a good day. Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell me your name, please.
Sheree Brown. Sheree Lachelle Brown.
All right. Ms. Brown, this is 23 CF 7140. You were arrested for aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, aggravated battery, and attempted burglary of a conveyance. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You can have a one-time return with law enforcement to get your things if you need to, and you are not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Do I have to be there when law enforcement goes to get my things?
No, you have to go get your things. So if you need to go get them, you need to have an escort with law enforcement. They'll probably meet you there. You'll call the non-emergency number, okay? And then they'll explain to you what you need to do, all right? So bond on count 1 is gonna be $2,500, bond on count 2 is $150, bond on count 3 is $150.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And then 2 co-defendants, right? Yeah. Yisnodette Noel and Sonia Florine. Is this Miss Florine? Okay, could we also have Mr. Noel brought forward? Good morning, this is Judge Carter. Who am I speaking with?
Your Honor, my name is Linda.
Linda?
Yes.
Thank you, Linda. I have 2 defendants present in court, so we'll be speaking over the loudspeaker. I'm going to begin with 23 MM 3710. And Ms. Florine, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Madam.
Madam.
Go ahead.
Madame Florine, bonjour. Good morning.
You were arrested for battery domestic violence.
Yo te arrêté ou pour violence domestique?
There is probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you.
Gen cause probable et m'a fait yon défenseur public représenter ou.
Now, are you Mr. Noel?
Est-ce que c'est Monsieur Noël?
Oui.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Noel, do you want to have contact with Miss Florine?
Monsieur Noël, est-ce que vous voulez gen contact avec Madame Florine?
Oui.
Yes.
Are you afraid of Miss Florine?
Est-ce que vous peur Madame Florine?
Je sais, moi pas fait mal avec lui, c'est pour moi père, il était essayé avoir que sur moi, moi était voulu la paix, m'pas voulu lever mes souliers, moi était kembel. Et puis juste, les moi toujours fait violence sortir, avec le bon coup, à la
This
machine.
is the interpreter. I'm going to repeat the question. Monsieur yo dit est-ce que ou paie Madame Florine?
Non,
No.
Do you want to continue living with her?
Est-ce que vous voulez continuer vivre ensemble avec elle?
oui.
Yes.
Miss Eugene, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Noel, you were arrested for battery domestic violence.
Monsieur Noël, il était arrêté ou pour violence domestique?
There's probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender.
Gagne cause probable et n'a pas eu un défenseur public.
Merci.
Thank you.
Miss Florine, do you want contact with Mr. Noel?
Madame Florine, est-ce que vous voulez gagner contact avec Monsieur Noël? Yes.
Are you afraid of him?
Est-ce qu'on parle?
No.
No.
And do you want to continue living together?
Est-ce que nous voulons continuer vivre ensemble? Yes.
Any questions, Miss Eugene?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so at this time, Ms. Florine and Mr. Noel, I'm going to order that you are not to have any hostile contact with one another.
Monsieur Noël, Madame Florine Poukonia, m'a passé l'ordre pour nous pas gagner qu'un contact, violence ensemble.
Ms. Florine, do you understand what that means?
Est-ce que vous comprenez ça veut dire?
Est-ce que vous comprenez ça veut dire?
No.
No.
All right. That means that you are not to act aggressive toward each other in any way.
Ça veut dire nous pas doit agir agressivement, pas tirer couillon sur l'autre.
You're also not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Ou pas doit tout porter qu'un zam ou bien qu'un zam à feu.
Ms. Florine, your bond is $500, and Mr. Noel, your bond is also $500.
Madame Florine, caution là c'est $500. Monsieur Noël, caution là c'est $500 tout.
Ok. Pas gain yo moyen parce que pas gain contact mon juste 4 mois sur moi, est-ce pas un moyen pour me capable payer en dans option me capable sur 4 mois.
Is there any option to pay by card?
I do not know. You'll have to speak with a bondsman or someone here at the jail about that.
Moi pas connais, ou a besoin parler avec soit yon moun qui responsable pour affaire caution yo ou du moins yon moun dans prison.
OK, moi pas gain contact ensemble avec dame nan, juste li pas gain moyen, moi voulais pour juste ou faire une intervention, c'est moi même qui payer tous les deux. D'une façon les m'a payer pas maintenant pour d'abord accès pour moi payer une portion par madame moi.
I do not have contact with the lady. I would like to know if I can pay for us both because she's not able to do that.
Yes. Yes, he can pay both bonds.
Ou capable payer tous deux cautions yo.
Merci.
All right. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Interpreter.
No.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. We have one more.
Thank you.
Ma'am, good morning.
Bonjour, madame.
I'm right here. Tell me your name, please.
Dis-moi, s'il vous plaît.
Michel-Ange. Guillaume.
You have to speak up, ma'am. Tell me your name.
Parle pi fort, madame. Qui j'en relais?
Michel-Ange Guillaume. Michel-Ange Guillaume.
Your Honor, do you want me to repeat?
Yes, please.
Michel-Ange Guillaume.
All right. This is 23MM368. Ma'am, you were arrested for battery domestic violence.
Madame, yo te arrêté ou pour violence domestique.
There's probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you.
Genyen cause pour ça, et m'a fait yon défenseur public représenter ou.
You are not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain, you are not to have any contact with the victim. You are to maintain a separate residence, and you may have a one-time return with law enforcement to get your things.
Ou pa dwe gen ken kontak avek victime nan, nou dwe rete kote ki separe, et puis y a fait yon police accompagne pour al pran bagay.
You're also not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Ou pa dwe posede ken zam ni zam a feu non plus.
Your bond is $500.
Caution nan c'est $500.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Linda, thank you so much for your help.
Oh, thank you for using our services.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Judge Carter. Who am I speaking with?
Good morning, Judge. This is Ligia, ID 371003 with language line for Portuguese interpreting.
Thank you very much. This is case number 23CF3725. Sir, good morning. Please tell me your name.
Claudines Moreno.
Bom dia.
Claudines Moreno da Silva.
Thank you, sir. You were arrested pursuant to a probable cause warrant.
Você foi preso por uma causa provável de mandado de prisão.
For felony battery, false imprisonment, and attempted burglary of a dwelling.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, would you please repeat?
Sure. Felony battery.
Assalto e agressão corporal.
False imprisonment.
Falta de escapou-se para ser preso.
Attempted burglary of a dwelling.
E também tentativa de roubo.
Oh, isso tudo é...
Hold on, wait, no. Please do not talk to me about the facts of your case, sir. I'm not stating that these things are true, just I'm telling you what you've been charged with.
Não fale, agora eu não estou dizendo que são verdades, somente estou dizendo o que você está sendo acusado.
I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Your
Eu vou
bond...
designar...
I'm sorry, Madam Interpreter, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Eu vou apresentar você, vou introduzir você ao defensor que eu designei.
Bond on count 1 is $150. Bond on count 2 is $3,000. Bond on count 3 is $150. You are not to have any contact with the alleged victim.
A fiança para o primeiro caso, $150. Para o segundo caso, $3.000. Para o terceiro caso, $150. E você não pode ter nenhum contato com a alegada vítima.
You are not to return to the scene or possess any weapons or firearms.
Você não pode regressar à cena, nem possuir nem armas, nem pistolas.
Mr. De Silva, you also have an immigration detainer.
Você também tem uma detenção imigratória.
Thank you, sir.
Obrigada.
All right, thank you, Madam Interpreter. Oh, we have one more? Oh, I guess we have another Portuguese as well. Okay. This is case number 23MM369. Sir, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Cleberson dos Santos.
Sir, you have been arrested for battery domestic violence.
Você foi preso por agressão e lesão corporal de violência doméstica.
There is probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you.
Há causa provável e eu vou apontar defensor para você.
Okay.
Ma'am, good morning.
Morning.
Do you require the
Bom dia.
services of the interpreter?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you want to have contact with your husband?
Yes.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
And do you have any concerns about anybody else who is living in the home? If I were to allow him to come back?
No, I have no problems with that.
Miss Eugene, did you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, at this time, I'm going to order that you are not to have any hostile contact toward your wife. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, do I need to interpret that?
Yes, please. And just could you please remind him that he can only speak in Portuguese since we're using the interpreter?
Uma vez que você optou por usar a intérprete, você somente pode falar em português. Você não pode ter nenhum contato hostil contra a sua esposa.
Sim. Entendo.
Yes, I understand.
All right, sir. And you are not to possess any weapons or firearms.
Você não pode possuir nenhuma arma, nem pistolas.
Your bond is $500.
A sua fiança é $500.
Ma'am, did you have any questions?
Okay.
I do actually. I have signed an authorized declination of prosecution.
Okay.
Can I file it with you or should I?
It wouldn't be with me, so you would file that with the state attorney's office. You can also provide a copy to the public defender, which is who's representing your husband. And then they will take that, the state attorney's office will take that into consideration when they're deciding whether or not they're going to file formal charges.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, thank you. All right, Madam Interpreter, we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you so much for using our services. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
Good morning. Are you Mr. Wright? You need the headset for the hearing?
My hearing is a little clogged.
Sure, no problem.
I can hear it.
We'll get you the headset. Can you hear me? How about now?
Should I face in the box?
Is your name Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Okay, good. Mr. Wright, this is case number 23MO761. You were arrested for disorderly conduct. There is probable cause. Can you hear me okay, Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Okay. Was that just too loud?
No, I don't hear it.
Oh, okay, but you can hear me okay at the moment?
I can hear it now, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Wright, did you want to resolve your case today?
The offer from the state, Your Honor, is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, And Mr. Wright would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
All right, Mr. Wright, did you have a chance to read the plea form, sir, before you signed it? Did you have any questions about any of your constitutional rights?
No.
Are you on probation?
No.
And do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen that this plea will result in your deportation?
Yeah.
At this time, I will accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3. I'll sentence you to 3 days in the county jail. You've got credit for 3 days time served. You will have to pay court costs. Those will be due 1 year from today, or see the clerk for a payment plan. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Do you want me to reset him for when he returns?
No, Your Honor, I will waive the
You'll
appearance.
waive, okay. That's 23 CF 7141, Jose Cruz. Is there a witness here for Mr. Cruz? No. Okay. So at this time, Mr. Cruz was arrested for obstructing justice, hindering communication to law enforcement, battery on a law enforcement officer, robbery, battery, resisting officer without violence, and resisting officer with violence. I didn't think there was probable cause for count 1.
No objection.
Okay, so the court, he'll be ROR'd as to count 1. His bond on count 2 will be $3,500. Bond on count 3 is $150. Bond on count 4 is $100. 5, $100. 6, $150. He is not to have any contact with the victim. He is allowed to return, he's to maintain a separate residence. He can have a one-time return with law enforcement to get his things. He's not to possess any weapons or firearms, and he's to comply with any DCF requests or investigations.
Is also outside
Did we look at the escape?
That's what I was
statute?
gonna argue. No PC for the escape. I will waive his appearance, Your Honor. I would argue no PC as he wasn't a prisoner at the time, confined in or released on furlough from any prison, jail, private correctional facility, road camp, based on the statute, that's the requirement. So I'd argue no PC. He wasn't even arrested at the time. He was in the process of being detained, but he was not detained.
Ms. Eugene?
Your Honor, he was in the process of being detained. Well, I think that's where the escape comes in, because he was in the process of being detained and he ran away. And the statute says that if you are being transported to or from confinement, so he was going to be transported to confinement, Your Honor.
All right, give me 1 second. I just want to look at the statute. 944.
Why was he not here? Why is he not here?
Medical.
Thank you.
Anyone know what the jury instruction is? That's what I'm trying to look at. Thank you. No lesser included offenses. All right, I think that there's probable cause. I've reviewed the jury instruction 27.1, and it indicates that an arrest does not require that the law enforcement officer complete the act of acquiring total physical control over the person to be arrested. There's no lesser included offenses either. I was thinking maybe it was a resisting without, but I didn't see that as a lesser included.
Attempted, Your Honor.
So I do find probable cause for the escape. I'm gonna set bond at $5,000 on that offense. And then he was arrested in 23 CF 6864 pursuant to a probable cause warrant. Bond on that is set at $1,000. He is not to possess any firearms, and he's not to have any contact with the victim.
The statute intended for that.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Tell me your name, please.
Terry Sutterth.
Ma'am, this is 23 CF 7143. You were arrested for battery on a person 65 years of age or older. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm
You tell me-
65, she's 71,
Okay, thank you.
my sister.
Could you tell me your name, please?
Sister's here.
Janice Sutter.
Ms. Sudarth, did you want to have contact with your sister?
I would like to say no, however, it will be necessary for her to contact me in order to move out of my house.
Okay, so what I can do is I can allow her to come back to get her things, right? Or what can happen too is I can order no contact and allow her time to move out of the house, and you just don't have to be there when she moves out.
Whatever you decide.
Okay. Well, whatever I decide, I want you to feel comfortable and I want you to feel safe.
I don't want to be around her. I don't feel safe around her anymore.
Okay. Does she have a lot of things in the house to
Yes,
move?
she does.
Okay. So I think what I'll do today is what I'm going to order is I'm going to order that there is not to be any contact between the two of you. I'm going to allow you, Ms. Sudath, one-time return with law enforcement to get your things. And at this time, that will be probably just the things that you need to get in order to just live for a little while until you figure out a plan to fully move out of the house. Are you listening?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You're talking to her.
I just want to make sure you understand what the process is going to be, okay? So I've found probable cause for the offense of the battery and appointed the public defender. You're not to have any contact with your sister, okay? You can have a one-time return with law enforcement to get your things, and you're not to possess any weapons or firearms. You're going to need, I understand that you need to move out of this house. Is it your house, ma'am?
My house.
Okay.
I don't have anywhere to go.
My problem.
Can't help you with that. You're gonna have to talk with your attorney about that. But what I'm trying to explain is, if there are a lot of things that you need to move out of the house, your lawyer's gonna have to file a motion, and on another day, y'all are gonna have to come up with a plan in which she can get all of her things out of the house. But for now, I'm just gonna order that she can come to get some of her things so that that can be arranged, okay? Because I can't solve that problem today,
Thank you so much.
okay?
Now, she needs medications that I came with. I also came with a credit card so she can get out of post bail if she wants to, but I don't know how to go about doing that.
Your Honor, she does qualify for pretrial release. I would ask for pretrial release.
Yes, I'm going to place her on pretrial release, so she won't have to pay a monetary bond to get out of the jail, right? You're gonna check in with pretrial. And maybe they'll have some information for you about some options of where you may be able to stay, or some resources that might be available in the community. I don't know if, I would probably just take the medicine back home, and then when she comes to get her things, she can pick that up. Because I don't think the jail's gonna hold it for you.
I just don't want her to get sick and wind up in the hospital.
I understand. I know. I just don't think that the jail's able to take that medication.
Okay.
Okay, so just leave it at the house so she can come pick it up. So your medication, ma'am, will be at the house.
Yes. Yeah, I'm out. I've been out for last night and this morning. I have none.
What's the medic?
I'm on a lot of medications, ma'am.
Okay.
About more than 14 different items.
Okay.
A lot.
Well, you will be released from the jail today, and so you'll need to call the non-emergency phone number for the police for the jurisdiction where you're living. And they will escort you or meet you at the house to be able to get your medication and your things.
Okay.
Okay? All right, thank you, ma'am. You're all set. Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Tell me your name, please.
My name is Noel Tusanga, Your Honor.
Sir, this is 23 CF 7102. You were arrested for battery by strangulation, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Good morning, ma'am. Could you tell me your name, please?
Dorcas Beamale.
What is it?
Dorcas Beamale.
Ma'am, are you afraid of your brother?
No.
And do you live together in Massachusetts?
Yeah.
Okay, who do you all live with?
Our mother.
Pardon me?
Our mother.
You live with your mom? Okay. And you're not afraid of your brother?
No.
Miss Eugene, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, sir, at this time, I'm going to order that you are not to have any hostile contact with your sister. That means you're not to act aggressive toward her in any way, and you are not to possess any weapons or firearms. I am going to set your bond at $1,000. Well, and if they're out of state, it has to be cash, right?
Yes, he does, Your Honor. Given the victim's testimony, I would ask that you consider a $500 bond. They're not going to allow him to post the 10%.
Can he qualify for PTR? Why doesn't he qualify?
Yeah, the open, there was an open case. I couldn't check in Massachusetts on it. I talked to him about it, but it was open, so no, I did not qualify for PTR. It was recent with them.
I'm going to set bond at $100. Sir, if the state of Florida decides that they are going to formally charge you with this case, you're going to have to return to Florida. If you don't, a warrant will be issued for your arrest. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and just make sure you stay in contact with the public defender's office regarding that issue, okay?
Your Honor.
Ma'am, do you have any questions?
Um,
To bond him out, you're gonna have to go get a money order and bring it back here for $100.
bring it back here, and he will be out today.
Yes, as soon as you pay the bond, they'll start processing him.
Okay, and it's $100.
Pardon me?
$100.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Oh, that's okay. I understand. You're doing your job. I get it.
He's actually smart.
Ma'am, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Tell me your name, please.
Sonia Carter.
Ms. Carter, this is 23 MM261. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Tell me your name, please.
Kenneth Lopez?
All right, Mr. Lopez, would you like to have contact with your girlfriend?
Yes, ma'am. Right away.
Are you afraid of her?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Do you have any concerns about your safety if I were to allow contact between the two of you?
No, not at all.
Are you living together?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to continue living together?
Yes, ma'am. Right away.
Miss Eugene?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Ms. Carter, at this time, I'm going to order that you are not to have any hostile contact with your boyfriend. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you're also not to possess any weapons or firearms.
And Your Honor, she does qualify for pretrial release.
Okay, I'm gonna place you on pretrial release at this time. So she'll be released later today after she checks in with PTR, and you'll be able to pick her up then.
Your Honor, may I also add, may I speak?
Sure.
Oh, well, first, I'd like to apologize to the court today and to the office, state attorney's office, and in particular to Officer Cordero last night with the Paca Police Department for lying to them and and raising these 4 accusations against my girlfriend Sonia Carter. I'm sorry for that, and I want to apologize to all of you.
All right, thank you, sir, I appreciate that. All right. Anything else?
Yes, for misusing and abusing the system. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Wow.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
Tell me your name, please.
Robert Harmon.
Mr. Harmon, this is 23MM3729. You were arrested for battery and for assault, domestic violence. There's probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You can have a one-time return with law enforcement to get your things if needed, and you are not to possess any weapons or firearms. Did you have any questions about that, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and at this time, your bond on count 1 is 500, your bond on count 2 is 100. Thank you.
Not yet.
Good morning, sir. Your name?
Arthur Herb.
Mr. Harp, this is 23MM3706. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There's probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Ma'am, good morning.
Hi,
Tell me your name, please.
James.
Miss James, is that correct? All right, Miss James, did you want to have contact with Mr. Harp? Okay. Miss James, was there anything else you'd like to say this morning?
Please don't ever let him around another woman or kid again.
You what?
Please don't ever let him around another woman or kid again. Not even his own, please.
All right, thank you, Miss James. Mr. Harp, at this time, I'm going to order that you are not to have any contact with Miss James. Were you living at the Sunstyle Suites?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you need to go back there one time to get your things?
Yes, ma'am. I'll go to my dad's right after that, though.
Okay, so you can have a one-time return to go back to the hotel to get your things, and you are not to possess any weapons or firearms. You're also to cooperate with any DCF requests or investigations. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Your bond is going to be $1,000.
Okay.
Ms. James, did you have any questions? All right, thank you.
Just the paper.
Good morning, are you Ms. Larson? Ms. Larson, this is 23MM3708. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There's probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You can have a one-time return with the police to get your things if needed, and you're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you have any questions about those conditions?
I'm sorry.
Did you have any questions about those conditions?
Yes.
What's your question?
I'm the primary provider for that home.
Yeah.
There.
I understand. That's something that you're going to have to speak with your attorney about. I can't assist you with that issue today.
Your Honor, she does qualify for pretrial release. I would ask for pretrial release.
Sure, I'm going to place you on pretrial release, Ms. Larson. So you'll be released later today after you speak with them and you're processed out, and then your lawyers will be able to help you come up with a solution to the living arrangement. Good morning, your name, sir?
Lopez.
Mr. Lopez, this is 23 MM3724. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You are to maintain a separate residence. You can have a one-time return with the police to get your things if needed. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. I am going to place you on pretrial release. Did you have any questions about the conditions that I've just stated? All right, thank you, sir. You too, sir. Good morning, your name?
Skylar Placencia.
I got it out of order, that's fine. Mr. Placencia, this is 23 MM 3704. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, he does qualify for pretrial release. I would ask for pretrial release and that he be allowed to return home, Mooresburg. He's intending to leave as soon as he gets out.
Okay, so, Mr. Placencia, you are not to have any contact with your stepdad. Did you fly here?
I did, but he has the vehicle and my mom is handicapped, so I would have to figure out some sort of transportation to get to the airport to fly home.
Okay. So are you taking the same flight?
No, no.
Oh, okay.
He is driving back with my mother. And then,
I see, and you're flying home?
yes, ma'am.
Got it. So you're gonna have to take Uber or something to the airport. Okay. All right, so Mr. Placencia, you're not to have any contact with your stepdad. You're to maintain a separate residence. Do you live with them at home?
I do.
Okay, so you're gonna need to maintain a separate residence. You can go back with the police one time to get your things, and you're not to possess any weapons or firearms. I'm gonna place you on pretrial release, so you'll need to check in with them by phone. You'll also need to maintain contact with your public defender here to see if the state of Florida files formal charges against you. If they do, you are gonna have to probably return to the state of Florida, so make sure that you do if you're required to. Otherwise, there'll be a warrant for your arrest.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we have on there, able to return to Tennessee?
Yes, and you are able to return to Tennessee, sir. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. Your name?
Dylan?
Is your last name Tootin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. This is 23 MM 3722. You were arrested for battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim. You're to maintain a separate residence. You can have a one-time return with the police to get your things if needed. And you are not to possess any weapons or firearms. Mr. Toon, I'm going to place you on pretrial release at this time. Do you have any questions about what I've ordered this morning?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ma'am, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Alyssa Waldron.
Miss Waldron, this is 23 MM 3725. You were arrested for battery, domestic violence. There's probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Ma'am, you're not to return to the scene. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim, and you're not to possess any weapons or firearms. I will also place you on pretrial release at this time. Do you have any questions about what I've ordered?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Warren Georges refused.
All right, I'll find a waiver of his appearance based upon his refusal to come to court in 16 CF 2305. It is alleged that he has violated his probation. In that case, his bond will be set at none. And in 23 MM 3702, he was arrested for providing false ID to law enforcement and loitering or prowling. There's probable cause for each of the offenses. He's not to return to the scene. Bond on count 1 is 500, bond on count 2 is 100.
Your Honor, did you appoint the public defender?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Your name?
Jennifer Felix.
Ms. Felix, this is 22 CF 13185. It is alleged, ma'am, that you have violated your probation based upon your new law offense in 23 CF 7108, where you were arrested for possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver, possession of cannabis greater than 20 grams, and possession of drug paraphernalia. There is probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in both cases. Count 1, bond is 1,000, count 2, 150, count 3, 100, and on the violation of probation, ma'am, your bond is set at none. All right, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you Ms. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Williams, you were here in 18 CT 17. This is for a violation of a pretrial release condition.
Yes, ma'am. My phone and stuff was not active.
Don't talk about why.
Hold on, I just want to see, Ms. George, this is also assigned to my division. Is there a way we can resolve this case today? I mean, I would need to maybe reset it in the afternoon so I can do some research. I don't know what her driver's license situation is.
Yes, Your Honor, could we reset for second?
So, Ms. Williams, I would like to try to maybe resolve your case today, if possible. Would you be interested in maybe doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to reset your case for the second session and bring you back to court. On our break, I'm going to take a look at it, and so is Ms. George, who works with the Public Defender's Office, to see if it's appropriate for you to resolve your case today. Otherwise, I'm going to set a bond for you. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. This is 23 CF 5363. Motion to extend defendant's custody to 40 days.
And defense would object, Your Honor.
All right, let me read this motion. I mean, I know that this case is currently, there's a writ, I think, pending.
Yes, Your Honor, my argument would be that, one, unlike the other motions we've seen, there's actually an actual date of when those drugs were sent over to FDLE. In this motion, we don't have a date of when those drugs were actually sent over to FDLE. Additionally, defense would argue that FDLE being backlogged is not good cause, Your Honor, to continue to file these motions for extension. One, I can't even make a proper argument because we don't know when the state attorney actually sent off the drugs to FDLE, which is going to be a huge part of whether there was good cause. There is good cause, and two, Your Honor, we keep going back and forth with the FDLE backlog. At which point does that not become good cause? So if every person whose drugs are sent over to FDLE, if all it takes is for FDLE to say that they're backed up and that's good cause, Your Honor, it appears to be punishing the defendant because there is a lack of employees for FDLE. So defense would argue that that is not good cause to continue to extend these 40-day motions. In addition to the fact that we don't even know when the state sent over the drugs, which is normally what we see in the motions for extension.
Okay. Ms. Eugene?
Your Honor, it isn't common practice to put the date of submission. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I do not believe it is required in order for the court to be able to find a good cause. There is a case that is cited within the motion that is on point because it is the exact same thing where a court granted the motion for extension because FDLE was backed up. Defense's argument is that the state continues to do this. It's a known backlog. Because it is known doesn't mean that the state has any control over that backlog. We don't know that it is because of lack of personnel. It could just be overwhelming amounts. And we do not do this on every case. We only do it on the trafficking cases. Part of what has been asserted in the motion is that they have contacted FDLE and they have been advised that it will be received, the results will be received by the 40th day. So it's not done in every case, it's only done on the trafficking cases. And to say that the state is punishing those individuals, that is not the case, Your Honor. It is actually trying to be more efficient because we do not file on cases unless we know what the substance is. Therefore, we don't have to keep coming back to court to file, refile, and amend.
Right, but the state's not required to have the FDLE results in order to file charges,
No, Your Honor.
correct?
No, Your Honor.
And again, my only argument, Your Honor, is if we're arguing good cause, the state wants to show good cause, their burden to show good cause. There is no date of when they submitted the drugs on their part, which would in fact show good cause. If they submitted the drugs in a timely fashion, then their argument has more bearing. Here, we don't even know when they submit. They could have submitted the drugs last minute. Is that good cause?
I don't know. The other issue, and I don't know in this case either, is that I know in at least one other case, the results weren't received by the 40th day. I don't know if that's happening frequently. I think it is unusual that the same good cause keeps coming up. I mean, I think when I read the rule, it kind of supposes that it would be unusual or a rare thing and that the good cause would be usually unique to the circumstances of the case. But it does start to feel like, or seem like, that on all of the trafficking cases, there seems to be a delay. Not all, but I don't know how, I mean, I don't know how many. I don't have really a lot of information about it, where the state is seeking the additional 40 days, or seeking the extension beyond the 33rd day to the 40th day. This time, I'm gonna deny the state's motion. I think that if the state wants to have as their policy that they're not going to file on the trafficking charges until they have the results from FDLE, that they should be making an effort to contact FDLE to maybe move those cases more forward in a fashion. But I don't think that the policy of the state attorney and how they want to charge the trafficking cases should alter the rule or be sufficient to establish a good cause anytime that they don't have the results. So at this time, I'm going to deny the motion. Ms. Eugene, are we ready on the additional
Yes, Your Honor.
33 days? Okay. 23 CF 5397, Charles Smith.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
That'll be granted. 23 MM 2831, London Johnson.
Denied, and information was filed.
Denied. 23 CF 5296, Luke Markey.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Granted. 23 CF 4711, Darius Goodman.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Granted. 23 MO 578, Michael Roos.
Granted.
Granted. 23 MM 2799, Aaron Brown.
Denied, and information was filed.
Denied. 23 CF 4880, Ontario Terry.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Will be granted. 23 CF 4089, Willie Hall.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Be granted. 23 CF 4933, Willie Hall.
Denied, and information was filed.
Denied. 23 CF 4935, Willie Hall.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Granted. 23 MO 375, Hedridge John.
Granted.
Granted. 23 CF 5363, Stanley Scott.
That should be granted, Your Honor. You denied the motion to extend.
Oh, I didn't recognize the name. Okay. Okay, so that'll be granted. 23 CF 5370, Terrence Foy.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
That'll be granted. And 23 CF 4932, Javier Crespo.
Denied, and information was filed.
All right, and that'll be denied. And then court will be in recess.
They don't announce themselves? Hello?
Hello.
Hello,
You state your name?
my name is Jocelyn.
Not you, sir. I'm talking to the interpreter.
Linda.
Ma'am, have you been sworn?
Not yet.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate from English to Creole and from Creole to English to the best of your ability, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, state your name and date of birth for the record.
Madame dit non ou avec date naissance ou pour enregistrement.
Moi, Stéphanie Plutarch.
You need to speak at a normal volume.
Stéphanie Plutarch.
Date naissance ou madame?
15 octobre 1991.
15 octobre 1995. October 15, 1991.
Mr. Plutarch, Ms. Plutarch, you were charged with battery. Mr. Valens, the court finds probable cause. Defendant does qualify for direct PTR, which court's going to grant. Madam Interpreter, the witness will also like to say something and needs the interpreter services.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there not a headset? I mean, oh, because she's over here. Did you interpret those lines to the defendant, Madam Interpreter?
Your Honor, could you please repeat?
Court finds probable cause. Could you interpret that,
Hello?
please?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Okay. Court finds probable cause.
I heard court 5, and I didn't hear anything else.
Defendant does qualify for PTR, which the court is going to grant.
Ou qualifié pour PTR que tribunal là a ba ou?
The witness would like to speak and also needs the interpreter services.
Témoin a besoin parler tout et la besoin interprète.
Sure. Counsel, are you going to inquire? State.
Please.
Sir, can you please state your name?
My name?
Yes, sir.
Monsieur, est-ce que capable répéter nom s'il vous plaît?
Jocelyn Toyo. Jocelyn Toyo. Ça c'est nom.
Sir, can we get you to,
Jocelyn Toyo, that's my name.
sir, can we just get you to spell your name for us?
Monsieur, est-ce que ka appelé nom ou pour nous?
J O C E L Y N T O Y O.
Sir, can you
Jocelyn Joclyn, last name Toyo, Toyo.
Mr. Toyo, how are you familiar with Ms. Plutarch?
Monsieur Toyo, comment vous familier? Est-ce que vous familier avec Madame Pluto?
Oui, nous familiers, nous mariés.
Yes, you're familiar, we're married.
And Mr. Toyo, what would you like to tell the court here today?
Actually, the court wants to know, does he want to have contact, not just a free-for-all to speak?
All right, sir, what is your desire? Do you desire to have contact with Ms. Plutarch or to not have contact with her?
Monsieur Toyo, qui ça vous voulez? Est-ce que vous voulez gagner contact avec Madame Pluto ou bien est-ce que vous pas voulez gagner contact avec elle?
Nous gagnons petit monde, nous voulons gagner contact à cause de petit monde non.
We have a child together. I would like to have contact with her because of the child.
Would you like her to reside in the house with you?
Est-ce que vous voulez l'habiter dans caille là avec vous?
Pour petit monde non oui, mais ça dépend de lui, par contre s'il veut ça pour petit monde non oui, me voulais li ta dans caille là pour petit monde parce que petit monde non aime en pile et li prend soin petit monde non bien.
For the sake of the child, yes, but I don't know if she's okay with that because the child loves her so much and she takes good care of the child.
So yes, you want to have contact?
Oui,
Yes.
vous voulez gagner contact avec elle?
Are you afraid of the defendant?
Et
Yes or no?
Oui ou non?
oui, moi voulais gagner contact avec elle.
Ma'am, I'm going to repeat the question. Yo dis est-ce que vous peur li, est-ce que vous peur dame nan, oui ou non?
Non, moi pas peur.
No, I'm not afraid of her.
Okay, so conditions will be the defendant, court's going to grant a direct PTR. It'll be non-hostile. However, counsel, I believe your client may not have something to say about the returning conditions. You might want to speak with her.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Uh-huh. They don't announce themselves. Right? Did she do it on the phone at least? Yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe she thought she was in open court. Great.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was able to answer her questions.
Okay, so court's gonna grant the PTR with a non-hostile.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Interpreter. You're excused.
Thank you for using our service.
Matthias D'Souza,
Yes.
state your name and date of birth for the record, sir.
Can I have a
Speak at a normal volume that I can hear. I'm sorry.
I don't speak English.
Oh, okay. Let me just check this. I said, let me check the rest of them so I know what's going on. Oh, sorry. Is she on? Good morning, Madam Interpreter or Mr. Interpreter.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Have you been previously?
Hi, my name is.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say my name is Rosa, and my ID number is 391057. I have not been sworn in yet. No.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate from English to Portuguese and from Portuguese to English to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Sir, go ahead now and state your name and date of birth for the record.
Ok. Olá, eu serei o seu intérprete português para hoje. Então, o senhor pode dizer o seu nome e a data de nascimento para o registro?
It's Mateus de Souza Guimarães. My date of birth is 27 February 2001.
And so my name is Mateus de Souza Guimarães, and my birthday is February 27th, 2001.
Sir, you were charged with battery.
O senhor foi acusado de agressão.
Court finds probable cause.
Eu encontro causa provável.
Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
That is correct.
O defendente não qualifica para PTR.
Bond's going to be $500 with no contact, no return, except one time with law enforcement.
A fiança vai ser de $500 e vai ser sem contacto e sem poder voltar, com exceção de uma única vez com oficiais da lei.
Thank you.
Obrigada.
That's it, right? Two more. In Portuguese? Is it these next two? Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Olá, eu serei o seu intérprete português para hoje. Então, bom dia, senhor. Diga o seu nome e a data de nascimento para o registro, por favor.
Bom dia, meu nome é Henrique Silei Magni da Silva. Eu nasci dia 6 de março de 1995.
Pode repetir o seu nome só um bocadinho mais devagar, por favor?
Henrique Silei Magni da Silva.
Magni da Silva, ok? E a data de nascimento?
6 de março de 1995.
Obrigada. Sorry, the interpreter just asked him to speak a little slower. Good morning. My name is Henrique Silene Magno da Silva, and my birthday is the 6th of March of 1995.
Mr. Magda da Silva, you've been charged with battery.
O Sr. Magda da Silva foi acusado de agressão.
Court finds probable cause.
O tribunal encontra causa provável.
Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, he does not.
O defendente não qualifica para PTR? Não, ele não qualifica sua marítima.
Court's going to set bond at $500 with the conditions of no return, no contact, except one time with law enforcement.
O tribunal vai colocar as condições como $500 de fiança, ok? Sem retornos, sem contacto, com exceção de uma única excursão com polícia para lá.
Poderia repetir?
The interpreter is going to repeat. Eu vou colocar uma fiança de $500 sem entrar em contacto e sem retornar, com uma única exceção, onde pode voltar com os polícias.
É português de Portugal?
Sim, o senhor não está a conseguir entender o intérprete.
Não, porque eu falo português do Brasil.
Ok, vou tentar mais uma vez. He's not understanding me. É $500 de fiança, ok?
Sim.
Ok? E o senhor não pode retornar sem contacto, ok? Com exceção, pode voltar uma vez com polícia.
Ah, na casa?
Oh, to the house?
Yeah?
They cannot reside together. He can get, because she's not here, no contact. He can get a one-time return with law enforcement to get his belongings.
Então, vocês não podem morar juntos, ok? Porque ela não está cá, ok? E você pode voltar uma vez com polícia para buscar os seus bens.
Ah, sim, ok.
Oh, yes, ok.
Thank you.
Obrigada.
It's the last one, right? I think. Good morning, ma'am. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Danielle
Olá.
Senhoretti, April 12, 1975.
Bom dia. Eu serei o seu intérprete português para hoje.
Okay.
Sorry, the interpreter's just introducing themselves really quick.
Ma'am, you've been picked up on battery.
A senhora foi buscada por causa de acusações de agressão.
Court finds probable cause.
O tribunal encontra causa provável.
Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
O defendente não qualifica para PTR, não, Sua Meritíssima.
Bond will be $500.
A fiança vai ser $500.
No contact, no return, except one time with law enforcement.
Nada de contacto, nada de retornar para o local, com exceção de uma única vez com polícias.
Can I ask?
One moment, Your Honor, I apologize. She has a question.
Momento, Sua Meritíssima, ela tem uma pergunta.
Do we know when the attorney's case is? Which, is it, do we know where? I understand, I'm saying, what, do we know where it is? Like, oh, after these four. I thought you were saying after these four. I'm like, well, what order is that? So he's suing, he's not. I'm just trying to make sure.
She understands, Your Honor.
Ela entende, Sua Meritíssima.
Okay, just one more question.
I apologize, Your Honor. One last question. I apologize, Your Honor. She just doesn't know whether or not she wants to reset this to tomorrow or address it today because she wants him to be present. So I'm just letting her know that her only two options, she could just reset it for tomorrow and see whether or not he comes, or just go forward with the no contact.
Because he don't know it's supposed to he's here, you know. I talked to him, everything's
I believe pre-trial release does contact them and let them know whether or not they want to come. So I don't know.
But
I'll leave it to the court.
yeah, you can.
She wants to stay a night.
Do you want to stay today and reset it to tomorrow? Okay, you have to leave it.
Because I don't eat now.
I understand, but it leave, no contact has to stay.
But you can call him, because if you
We didn't
talk
have
to
any
him,
contact with the
just you, I don't know if you can talk to him, they try for call him, because he don't know he's supposed to he's here. You know, I talked to
He
him.
doesn't necessarily have to come. It's his choice. But if
Yeah.
you want the court to reset it, since state doesn't have an objection.
Yeah, but he's not here because he don't know. He don't, you know, he don't receive nothing about he's supposed to he's here.
The court doesn't have a problem with reset. We'll reset it.
Okay, thank you.
No, but I don't want to stay here.
You have to stay. No. Realize that means that she stays in jail, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay, so you're,
No, okay, are you signing? I don't want to stay here, you know, but he's supposed to he's here, but he don't know he's supposed to he's be here.
He's not supposed to be here. He can be here. He is not required to, I don't believe he's required to be here.
No, because she.
Your Honor, I think her
he's
issue
not
is that
here.
because he's not here, the no contact order is being issued. So she wants him to be here, to be in no hostile contact, because she has nowhere else to go.
So we could reset it if that's her desire, or she could file a motion. The court.
Those are the two options I gave her.
Yeah, because I don't want to stay here, but
Okay, so-
I talked to him this morning on the phone. Everything's fine, you know, because
I'll explain to her one last time. You have two options. The two options either. No problem. We don't have to reset it, Your Honor, so she's going to, everything will stay as is, and she'll, I guess, post bond.
The bond's
Can I
gonna
be-
say 500.
It's gonna say 500, stay as my original ruling.
Very simple.
Madam Interpreter, are you still there?
The interpreter is still
Thank
here.
you. Thank you, I think that's it. You're excused, thank you.
All
for
right,
your
you're very
services.
welcome. Thank you for using our services. Have a nice day.
You too.
Bye.
It's because we have four more left on the move up. And then, yeah.
I understand, counsel, but they have some,
I understand, you're
people who they're making sure they get out of the hallway, for lack of a better word, and so we typically do try to get the attorneys out the way, but we want everybody to be safe, and we're gonna keep it orderly, so if that's the procedure, we're gonna follow it as much as we can. All right. Good morning, ma'am, state your name and date of birth for the record.
It's Catherine Di Maria, and my birthday is 10/19/1969.
Ma'am, you were picked up on battery, touch, or strike, kidnapping, false imprisonment of an adult. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
Your Honor, she will qualify for PTR.
You said she does?
Yes, Your Honor.
Direct PTR?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will grant the direct PTR with the conditions of no contact, no return except one time with law enforcement. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Walk up to the mic, state your name and date of birth for the record.
Keith Edward Ahern, 10/15/71.
Sir, you were picked up on an out-of-county warrant. We no bond. And that's in case number 2023. Actually, I'm sorry, 19 CF 1662. I believe that's the case. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Okay. Counsel, are you waiving?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Sure was picked up on petty theft and resisting an officer without violence. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR, correct, PTR?
Correct, Your Honor.
Bond in the first case will be $250, and it'll be $500 in the second case with the condition of no return. All right. Sir, state your name and date of birth for the record.
Notice Borders 1769.
Right. Sir, you were picked up on camping. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
Court's gonna set bond. I'm gonna reduce it to $100 with the condition of no return. Court's gonna take no action on the prior.
Your Honor, I do have a question. If you have no objection to RRing him in regards to the camping and prohibiting case, because the allegations that he was sleeping under the I-4, do you have any objection to RRing him in regards to this charge?
State? I saw that, so I was reducing it, but I don't have a problem with it. State, what's your?
We would ask the court to stay, or to keep the bond at the 100. I believe he does have significant criminal history, Judge. Unless I'm looking at the wrong one. What is his name?
It's Brodus. Due to his transient status, it'll be hard for him to obtain the $100. There is an offer to resolve the case, but due to his mental status, I don't believe it'd be appropriate at this time.
Court's gonna RR. Take no action on the prior.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Oh, counsel?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Raj and Josh, it's a pleasure being before you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can I have your client state his name and date of birth for the record?
Daniel Robert Pericino, 112587.
Counsel, I'm sure you're aware your client is being was picked up on battery.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court finds probable cause. Defendant does qualify for PTR, I believe direct PTR.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court's going to grant the direct PTR. I'm sorry, what'd you say? All right. Victim would like to make a statement. State, are you inquiring?
Yes, Judge. Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name?
Sure, it's Michelle Pericino.
Right. And Ms. Pericino, what is your relationship to Daniel Pericino?
We are married.
Okay. And are you currently in fear of Mr. Pericino?
No, I am not.
Do you desire to have contact with Mr. Pericino?
Yes, sir.
And were you and Mr. Pericino, or do you currently live together?
Yes, we do.
And is it your desire that you continue to live together?
Yes, and I would like to also entail that we are in the process of a divorce.
Okay. As I was saying, court's going to grant the direct PTR. That'll be a non-hostile contact.
Your Honor, I'm sorry?
With non-hostile?
Non-hostile is fine, Your Honor.
Yep. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
You may. Thank you.
Pleasure seeing you.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. I wasn't trying to be impatient, Your
No,
Honor.
I get it. I understand. It's what you're used to.
See you.
To the podium? Yeah, I am making nobody unsafe, so. Good morning. State your name and date of birth for the record, sir.
Josue Ayala, May 12, 1987.
Sir, you were picked up on battery by strangulation and battery. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR, I don't believe.
No, Your Honor.
Bond in the first case will be $1,000. Bond in the second will be $500. No contact, no return, except one time with law enforcement. Thank you. Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Good morning. My name is Roy Brown, and my birthday is April 22nd, 1999.
Sir, you were picked up on stalking, domestic violence, and violation of a domestic injunction. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
And the first charge will be $500 bond. Actually, that's going to be $1,000. No, I'm sorry. It's going to be $500. Second charge is gonna be, $3,500. With a condition of no contact, no return, except one time with law enforcement, but I believe there was an active injunction, so he shouldn't have a reason to return anyway. And I think, there was a prior. Actually, there's another case. The case ending in 6856. Aggravated stalking after injunction in violation of domestic violence injunction, I believe is separate from the other. Right, counsel? Yes, it says aggravated. Court's gonna find probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR in these either. So we have two cases, at least according to the documents I'm looking at. One says stalking, one says violation of domestic violence injunction. This one says aggravated stalking after injunction, violation of domestic violence injunction. So unless there's an, they look different to me.
I think one is a misdemeanor, one's a felony. I think they should be two separate warrants.
Let me see. Let's see one. Let's see which one that one is. I see two separate warrants. Counsel? Oh, you're talking about the amount. I thought you guys were saying, I thought you were saying something else. I thought you were saying that these were just copies of each other and that it was a Scrivener's error. That's what I thought. See, overanalyze it. Overanalyze it. Okay, so let's go back. Yes, 6856. This is the. No, but that's, then that makes it wrong. Sorry, give me a minute. Look at the case number. Okay, sorry, I had to get it together, counsel. On the case ending 3550, bond on the first count's gonna be $500. And on the second one, I can't see. $1,000.
Your
And then,
Honor?
counsel? Go ahead.
Yes, in regards to the out on bond case, defense is asking that you take no action in regards to that. He does work full-time. He is taking classes and courses in regards to the contact order that she has that's in place by that judge. And I believe it includes an anger management course as well.
State?
I'll leave that up to the court. Did the court announce on the felony case?
I was about to. On the felony, the bond, the first count is $3,500 and $3,500 on the second count. No contact, no return are the conditions for both. So I believe we got everything now. All right. Court's gonna take no action on the prior.
Just to make sure I'm clear, Your Honor, so in regards to the felonies, it's $3,500 on each count, and on the misdemeanors, it's $1,500? 500, 1,000. Thank you.
Did I get it right? 500, 1,000. I don't know why I was so mixed up with this one. Yes. I'm gonna lower
One second.
On the felony, on the second count. Gonna lower it to 25,
Okay.
I think. Hold on, yeah. It's a little mixed up. All right. Are we clear? Do we have it all?
Is that 2,500 or?
Yes, 2,500, I'm sorry. I guess you gotta ask at this point, $25. All right,
No problem.
we got it all, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, state your name and date of birth for the record.
Alexis Courtney, 1/11/1992.
Ma'am, you were picked up on burglary of a dwelling, battery, and criminal mischief. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
Bond in the first case was $5,000. Second case is $500 and $250 in the, not case, I'm sorry, charge, $250 for the criminal mischief. No contact, no return, except one time with law enforcement if necessary.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Here. You able to bond out?
You put another one, because you're a perfectionist. Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Good morning, ma'am. Daniel Cyrus, January 14, 1995.
Sir, you were picked up on aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and battery. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
On the first count, it'd be $2,500 and $500 on the second, with the conditions of no weapons, no firearms, no return, no contact, except one time with law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Good morning. Dejon Ellis, June 24, 1998.
Mr. Ellis, you were picked up on a couple things. Aggravated assault with a firearm. Also, this is on the previous one. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
Bond will be $2,500. The conditions, no return, no contact, no weapons, no firearms. I'm not done. If that's what. Okay. It is, I'm sorry, case number ending in 7077. I can't now tell which ones. Yes. And then in the case number ending in 5793, you were picked up on aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, 2 counts, and then battery. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR. On the first count, bond will be $3,500. State trying to figure out why is there a second count. And on the battery, bond will be $500. Conditions, no weapons, no firearms, no return, no contact except one time with law enforcement.
Judge, I couldn't figure that out either.
I think, yeah, I'm wondering if defense,
Your Honor, it came in as a warrant, and I believe that judge found probable cause for the second count.
That is correct.
they were set, okay. Okay. Court will set bond on the second count as $1,000. Actually, we'll set it at $500. And I think that's everything for this one, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Stefania Gonowa, February 27, 2003.
Ms. Ganwa, you were picked up on an aggravated battery with a deadly weapon an aggravated battery, great bodily harm. Court finds probable cause.
I do have a PC argument, Your Honor.
For which, counsel?
Count one.
All right, make your argument.
In regards to count one, my probable cause argument would be that I believe the alleged battery was continuous. I don't see why she was charged with two separate counts of alleged aggravated battery. I see where you get the aggravated battery, great bodily harm, but I don't know why she was also charged with deadly weapon. I think it's either or and not both.
State. It's almost like the prior case. I keep wondering why it keeps seeming like double charges for the same one action.
I agree, Judge.
Okay. All right, so which one are you trying to keep, counsel? I guess we're going to keep the first.
We can keep the first one.
Court's going to grant bond. It'll be $5,000. Right. There's a victim that wants to make a statement. State your name, ma'am.
Carol Gonowa.
Can she hear me?
Carol Gonowa.
State, would you want to inquire?
Ma'am, can you please state your name?
Carol Gonowa.
And what is your relationship to Ms. Ganawa here in the courtroom?
Daughter.
Okay. And can you tell us at this point, well, go ahead and tell us what initially would you like to say?
Let me ask her a question, because we don't want it open. Do you want to have contact with the defendant?
You mean if she is able to contact me?
No, do you want to be near
No.
defendant? Are you in fear of the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
What's your question?
Can I request that she be?
I need to be able to hear you.
I'm sorry. Can I request that she be placed in a mental institution or get mental health assistance?
So the court can't order that at this time, but thank you. So I think the court has already granted. Say, what are we doing about the second charge? Are you RRR? The RRR on the second charge, be $5,000 on the first charge. Conditions are no contact, no return, no weapon, no firearms. She may return one time with law enforcement to receive her personal effects. All right, thank you.
I have another question, Your Honor.
Good morning. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Crystal Otero, 12/11/84.
Ma'am, you were picked up on, counsel, are we waiving?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you were picked up on child abuse. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
Bond will be $1,000. I want to say no contact.
Your Honor.
I'm trying to say if we need no return, I believe, I don't know if it's her house. Counsel?
Can we do a no hostile contact instead, and that she follows DCF agreements if they have any? Because as of now, I believe their father has custody of all four of the children, and the children are with him.
Counsel, do you have any objection to that?
Judge, I'm not sure the environment they're in, what danger she would pose to the children. So I would say at this point, we'd ask the court to do no contact, subject to a hearing downtown.
So they're not in her house, counsel?
No, all of the four children are with the father. She's in her home if she's released, and
Okay, so she's going back to her home. The children are in another home with
with the
dad.
father, yes.
So they can maintain separate residences?
Yes.
Which they already do anyway.
Yes.
I don't need to put that because they do. So the court will grant the non-hostile with, to follow DCF's recommendations as it pertains to the children. State your name and date of birth for the record, sir.
Joshua DeAndre Streeter, 11/02/1992.
Sir, you were picked up on obstructing justice, hindering communication with law enforcement, and battery. For court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
Bond in the first count will be $500. Bond in the second count will be $500. No contact, no return, except one time with law enforcement. Morning, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Jeffrey Sturgis, February 3rd, 1967.
Sir, you were picked up on aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. See the picture. State, I guess my question would be, how is this not an accident? Or negligence? I believe the state said she ran and sat under the car and put her legs in front of the wheel. And he said he didn't believe that she did it. Did we leave her and tried to leave and was trying to leave and ended up running her legs over, I'm assuming? Defense, any comments while state reviews?
I'll argue no probable cause for aggravated battery because the intent wasn't there.
State, I can give you 24 hours to review it if you'd like. It is a little convoluted.
Yes, Judge, we'd like that. It is.
Yes. You'd like to say something since you're here? Go ahead.
Yeah.
State your name
Louise McCallum.
and what's your relationship to the defendant?
He's my partner.
All right, and I'm giving the state 24 hours, so he's not going to be released today. You have something you want to say briefly?
What you said was correct. I did. That is what I did. And I'd had a lot to drink, and that is correct. And he was trying to leave.
Well, state, I'm going to give you 24 hours. Okay.
My question would be, what exactly does he need 24 hours? Just more information from the officer?
State, what's your position?
Yes, Judge. I think there is PC just by the fact that he rolled the car forward. If the court wanted to find PC and set.
Can I say
reasonable
one more
bond.
thing? Sorry.
Sorry. So the charge is aggravated battery with a deadly weapon.
Which would be the car. He
Jumped in a car. She ran it, at least by her own statement today, and according to the affidavit, she ran and put her legs under the wheel. And she said that, at least according to what I believe I read, she said she was going to. He said he didn't believe that she would do it, didn't know she was there, and unintentionally ran over her leg.
He didn't actually move the vehicle over my leg. I don't have any markings or anything. I thought he moved the vehicle, but he didn't. If he moved a vehicle over my legs.
I mean, I assumed that you'd have some injury, but
I don't.
I'm just going by what I'm reading.
Sorry.
So
I was drunk. I thought he had. I felt the wheel. That was where my leg was. And then I got up and I walked away.
Counsel, so what you want to do?
Do you have any objection to RR her in regards to this case based on the facts of this case, Your Honor?
State.
In light of what she said in the courtroom today, I do not judge.
Okay. Court's going to RR. If we could not be drunk.
I know.
That'll be good.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, Tullis is a refusal.
Okay. Are you waiving defense?
Yes, defense has no objection to waiving his appearance.
All right. So Mr. Tullis was picked up on aggravated battery with a deadly weapon and possession of methamphetamine. Ecstasy, court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
On the first count, bond will be $3,500. On the second count, bond will be $1,000. No contact, no return, no drugs. Obviously, one time with law enforcement counsel, that's gonna be a standing thing. Even if I forget, they can always return one time with law enforcement for their personal effects. I just wanna make sure I say it, just in case I forget it. And on the prior,
Defense will argue that you take no action in regards to that case. No information has been filed in that case, and that case, I believe, is from March.
shocker, that's what the defense is arguing. State.
I'll leave it up to the court.
All right, no action on the prior. Thank you. Good morning, actually, good afternoon, ma'am. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Jill Boucher, 12277.
Ms. Boucher, you were charged with battery. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does qualify for direct PTR.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court's gonna grant it with the conditions of no return, no contact, one time with law enforcement. I'm sorry. Thank you. I never see it.
My name's Gordon
put a light
Boucher, 11571. The defendant's my wife, and I would like contact.
Okay. Are you in fear of the defendant?
No.
Court's gonna grant a non-hostile instead of the no return.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. State your name and date of birth for the record, ma'am.
You want me to state my name?
Name and date of birth.
Elisa Morales, July 2nd, 2001.
All right. Ma'am, you were picked up on battery.
Yes,
Court
ma'am.
finds probable cause. Defendant does qualify for direct PTR.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court's gonna grant. Victim would like to make a statement. Go ahead and state your name.
Marjorie Rosario.
And what's your relationship with the victim?
She is my ex-girlfriend.
And would you like to have contact with the?
Yeah, that's fine. She's fine. Yeah, she's not
Are
in
you-
trouble.
Are you in fear?
No.
of it?
No.
Court will grant a non-hostile contact. All right.
You can take this.
Good afternoon, ma'am. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Day Persad.
Ma'am, you were picked up on battery. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
She does qualify for
She does?
PTR, Your
Direct?
Honor.
Is it direct PTR?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Court's gonna grant the direct PTR with the condition, let's see. No contact, no return, except one time with law enforcement.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Andy Rodriguez, 0307, 1998.
Sir, you're picked up on battery.
Yes, ma'am.
Court finds probable cause. Defendant does qualify for direct PTR, which the court's gonna grant. Victim, state your name,
My name is Jalitza Cruz.
and what's your relationship to the defendant?
He's my child's father.
All right. Would you like to have contact with him?
Yes.
Are you still in fear of the
I
defendant?
never was.
Never was, okay. It'd be a non-hostile contact.
I have a question. We don't reside here. We are here on vacation. I don't know how this works, again, because I don't reside here. We leave on the 31st. It was just a miscommunication, disagreement, and we just want to go back home. We don't even want to stay out here anymore. We just want to go.
PTR, you have something to say?
I just wanted to state that
you can put that they have to, they can return back to Pennsylvania.
And where are you going?
We're going back to Allentown, Pennsylvania.
State, any objection to allowing the defendant to return? I don't have a preference.
No,
He can return. He can return to Pennsylvania as long as he's back. All right. Thank you.
Okay, we good?
Good afternoon. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Tannen Perilla, 11/15/1996.
Mr. Tanner Perilla, you were picked up on a couple things. Battery, court finds probable cause. Defendant does qualify for direct PTR. Court's gonna grant it. I believe it's direct, right, PTR?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Just no contact, no return, except one time with law enforcement.
I apologize, Your Honor. He does have a question. One moment, please.
Are we sure he qualifies? Because it's a big sign that says does not qualify.
Contact. Get a one-time return with law enforcement. Yes, you get to return one time with law enforcement officers to get your belongings.
Okay. Alvarez bonded, right? Yes. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
1479 Benito Benavidez.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Benito Benavidez, 1479.
So I think we're just staying the bond. $1,000 needed to be reissued, sorry. Yeah. Looks like it's two. Sir, you were picked up on grand theft, possession of fentanyl, possession of Oxycontin, possession of bupropion, resisting an officer without arrest. Of course, fine. I mean, I don't know if I need to make a probable cause determination again, but according to the affidavit, court will find probable cause if necessary. That's weird. And the defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
This is so weird. I'm gonna read the bond amounts. $1,000 for the grand theft, $1,000 for the fentanyl, $1,000 for the Oxycontin, $1,000 for the buprenorphine, buprenorphine, something like that. And resisting an officer without arrest is $500. All right.
Do we address the out-of-county warrants? I'm not, unless I
I
have
didn't see
something.
an out-of-county warrant. Barely understood what this is. Is there out-of-county counsel?
I see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On my sheet, I see like 7. It could be like 7 different charges under 2 different cases.
Yes. I'm thinking. Hold on. Yes, it was addressed on the 27th. Those out of county.
So which case, so today is for the grand theft or today's not for the out-of-county then?
No.
Okay, just for the grand theft, okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Rodney DeWitt Brown.
Sir, you were picked up on resisting an officer without violence, I'm sorry. I'm tired already. I believe it was a warrant. Court's gonna find probable cause. The bond is set at $1,500. Even though I don't like that bond is too high for that. No contact with the victims or witnesses. Do not return. No possession of alcohol, drugs, without a valid prescription. No firearms, no weapons. All right, that's it.
She able to bond out. You able to bond out? Your Honor, in regards to this case, he would like to know, I understand you just set a bond. If you would like to RR him in regards to this case, I understand it is a felony. His last conviction was in 2015.
State.
We'd ask the court stay with the bond.
Court's gonna keep the bond.
Okay. She's gonna leave bond, sir.
Say your name and date of birth for the record, sir.
Donald Rich Camp, 9/20/64.
Sir, you were picked up on, it says drugs, traffic, dangerous, fentanyl. I'm assuming that's not the, okay, whatever. Trafficking in methamphetamines, sale and delivery of cocaine, sale and delivery of fentanyl, sale and delivery of methamphetamine, possession of ammunition by a convicted felon, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
I'm gonna skip the first charge, go to the second one. Bond is $50,000. In the third charge, 15,000, fourth, 15,000. No, I'll reduce. 5,000. The fentanyl. And the, count 4, I'll reduce to 5. Count 5, gonna reduce to 5,000. Count 6, it's 4,000. Make sure this is not pursuant to a warrant. And count 7, be 250. Count 6, what did I reduce?
4,000.
Was it 2?
You said 4.
Oh, 4, I kept it.
Okay, so count 3.
I'm gonna reduce 3 to 5,000 as well. I'm sorry. On the count 1, state, I'm confused on what that description is. Is that just somebody's made up name?
No, it was inputted as fentanyl or fentanyl.
See the statute number, I just,
Yeah, it's, according to the charging affidavit, it was fentanyl.
I
Was
believe
what,
it's
counsel?
trafficking fentanyl.
okay. I was, all right. I didn't see the amount.
I believe that charge has to be set by you, Your Honor, that's why.
Yeah, I'm gonna make that $25,000.
Can I just verify the amounts with you, Your Honor? So count 1 is 25,000, count 2 is 50,000, Count 3 and 4 are 5,000 each. And count 5 and 6, what are those
I
counts?
think 5 was 5 as well. Nope, what was it? Was it 5? And then 6 was 4,
Thank you,
and 250 for 7.
thank you.
No drugs,
You have to calculate all of that. So just these,
the condition. All right.
just these right here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Say your name and date of birth for the record, sir.
Jared Carley, 2/17 of 97.
Mr. Carly, you were picked up on possession of cocaine. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
Court's gonna set bond at $1,000. Condition of no drugs. Court's gonna take no action on the prior duelist.
You're able to bond out.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Ariane De Jesus, 0409, 1999.
Sir, you were picked up on grand theft. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
Court's gonna set bond at $500.
Your Honor,
Yes.
which case are we talking about? De Jesus?
We on De Jesus, right?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You're on De Jesus?
No. I'm sorry. There's another D name. John DeToma, is that, that's.
Do you have a booking number?
2301 3863.
Yeah, when she address your case again.
You posted bond.
Sorry about that. State your name and date of birth again, sir. We can see it right.
Ariane De Jesus, 0409, 1999.
Sir, you were picked up on trafficking methamphetamine, carrying a concealed firearm, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
And the first charge is with the weapon, I believe. The bond in the first case is $100,000. The second charge, not the first case, the first charge, second charge is $1,000. And possession of drug paraphernalia, court can reduce that to $250.
Your Honor, I understand bond was just set. Do you have any objections to lowering the bond in count 1 to possibly $25,000 or $50,000?
State?
Judge, it's alleged that he was in possession of a weapon or a weapon was in proximity of the drugs, so.
I can't hear you, counsel.
I'm sorry. Judge, we would ask the court to stay the bond where it's set.
Let me look at it real quick. Counsel, I'll lower to 50, but I'll lower to 50. Oh, no. Wait, let me look at it again. I think I was just with the weapon. I did highlight it.
Based on the facts that I'm reading, the reason why it's charged with the weapon is because a weapon was found. It wasn't like in commission of, doing an activity or something in regards to the drugs that were found, Your Honor. So that's my argument of $25,000.
Court will lower to 40.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Antoine Ford, 0829, 2003.
Sir, I'm sorry. No drugs, yes. No weapons, no firearms, too. Sorry. Sir, you were picked up on possession of cannabis. More than 20 grams. Court finds probable cause. Defendant Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
Judge, he qualifies for PTR.
Is it the direct one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court's gonna grant the direct PTR. Condition of no drugs, no weapons, no firearms. Yeah. All right, thank you.
That's it.
Good afternoon, state your name and date of birth for the record.
Josiah Freeman, 04/17/1992.
Mr. Freeman, you were picked up on possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia. Court finds probable cause. Defendant disqualified for direct PTR.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court's gonna grant condition of no drugs. I don't think there's any weapons. Yeah, no drugs. No drug paraphernalia either. Thank you. Good afternoon, state your name and date of birth for the record.
First name is Khalid, Khalid. Last name is Ghani, Ghani. Date of birth is 12/26/1997.
Mr. Ghana, you were picked up on possession of, it's psilocybin, I believe, possession of cannabis, and possession of drug paraphernalia. The court's gonna find probable cause. Does the defendant qualify for PTR?
Yes, Your Honor.
Direct counsel,
Direct.
Court's gonna grant the direct PTR with the condition of no drugs.
Judge.
Thank you. Good afternoon, state your name and date of birth for the record.
Good afternoon, Malik Hambrick, 12/31/96.
Your Honor's behavior.
Defense has no objection to waiving Hall's appearance, Your Honor.
Wait.
Sorry. Yes, sorry, just stand right there. Mr. Hall was picked up on aggravated assault with a firearm and introducing contraband into a detention facility. Court's gonna find probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
You said yes, PTR?
No, Your Honor.
On the first count, the bond's gonna be, what the heck did I write? $2,500, I think. It's assault, right? And $1,000 for count 2. State any opinion on bond for count 1.
I could have just one moment. No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Any conditions for this case?
What was it? I said it, I just can't remember. No weapons, no firearms. Good afternoon, state your name and date of birth for the record.
Malik Hambrick, 12/31/96.
Sir, you were picked up on bribery, trespass after warning, and misuse of 911. Court finds probable cause. Does the defendant qualify for PTR?
No, Your Honor.
Bond in the first count will be $1,000. Second count will be $500. And third count will be $500.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
No return.
No return.
No return to the location where you trespassed from.
So, my car is still there.
Except one time with law enforcement to retrieve personal belongings and artifacts.
All right.
And the car is fine, I guess.
Do you guys have the address for there? Because I was drunk.
It should be, it should be on, the it should be on the police report. Yeah.
Good afternoon. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Material Henry, August 31st, 1997.
Ms. Henry, you were picked up on possession of methamphetamine, ecstasy, resisting an officer without violence, fleeing and eluding a police officer. Court finds probable cause. The defendant, I believe, does not qualify for PTR.
No.
Bond in count one will be $1,000. Count two will be $150. Count three will be $1,000.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Condition no drugs.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Hodge is a refusal.
Okay.
Defense has no objection to waiving her appearance.
Hodge was picked up on possession of fentanyl and possession of methamphetamine. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
Bond will be set at $1,000 for the first count and $1,000 for the second count, with the condition of no drugs. State your name and date of birth for the record, ma'am.
Rachel Hughes, 7/16/87.
Ms. Hughes, you were picked up on burglary of an occupied dwelling, resisting officer without violence, possession of drug paraphernalia, providing false ID to law enforcement, exploitation of elderly disabled, obtaining credit cards through false means, fraudulent use of personal identification information. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
Bond will be set $5,000 in count one, $250 in count two, $250 in count three, $250 in count four. Count five will remain $5,000. Count six will be $500. Count seven will be $1,000. No drugs, no contact, no return.
One moment, please, Your Honor. She does have a question. I'll have the attorney reach out to you.
Go ahead, Jarvis.
Good afternoon. State your name and date of birth for the record, sir.
March 7, 2001. My name is Jamar Jarvis.
Mr. Jarvis, you were picked up on possession of methamphetamine, possession of drug paraphernalia, resisting an officer without arrest. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
And count one, bond will be $1,000. Count two, $100. Count three, $100. With condition of no drugs. Thank you.
Your Honor, in regards to count one, do you have any objection to lowering the bond to possibly $500?
State any objection?
No objection.
$500 lower. Count one. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Tony Keefe, 9684, ma'am.
I do have a PC argument.
Figured you would, counsel. Sir, you have been charged with obstructing justice, tampering with evidence in criminal proceeding, and possession of cannabis. Court finds probable cause on count 2. What is your argument on count 1, counsel?
For the obstruction of justice and tampering with evidence, in the four corners affidavit, there is no indication when and where it was placed, but when it was placed, because it wasn't during the investigation where he was trying to hide anything, Your Honor.
State,
I agree, Judge.
we're gonna RR on count 1. We're gonna RR count 1. And then there's another case, 2023 CF 30988. There are 3 out-of-county warrants. First count, there's no bond. Second count, bond of $5,000. Third count, no bond. Let's see if there's anything else. I think that may be it. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I'm gonna address it.
We are, I'm keeping count 2 on the one that ends in 7105. Bond will be $100.
Your Honor, in regards to the violation of parole, is there any indication of bond can be set on that, or is there no bond status on the violation of parole?
I don't see a VOP, counsel. I see out of counties. Let me see. Out of Brevard.
He does.
Oh, it is a VOP.
And he has,
See a bond on that one.
he also has a detainer for
Let me make
conditional
sure I'm not
release.
looking at double. I only see. I only see the same one. I think he has the bond set on the VOP.
Are you able to let me know what the bond amount is? I wasn't able to find one, Your Honor.
So on, I believe this is a VOP, it's $5,000.
Okay.
For the violation of parole, it's a no bond.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
For the violation of parole, it's a no bond.
Is that what we're seeing him today on?
No. But we're not seeing him on that. Violation of parole.
So I don't have them all in front of me, I don't think.
We're not seeing him on that.
Yeah, I understand.
See, there are 3 charges of out-of-county warrants, and only one has a bond on the other 2 are no bond, and that's the $5,000.
I'm asking.
Violation of probation, no bond. Right.
Okay, so the violation of parole, I apologize.
All right, we're just trying to get it right. PTR?
It's just violation of parole. He's on conditional release.
So will that affect him?
We're not seeing him on that, no. He has a detainer. Only thing we see him on is the conditional release. And the judge states that on the record, and then we have to send an email to parole. This is out-of-county charges.
So that's something totally different.
This is a regular out-of-county.
Okay. So it's no bond, 5,000, no bond. So that's what I pronounced on the record. I think it was just some confusion about some other charges. And so before us today are these out-of-county.
Yes.
So no bond on the first charge, out-of-county warrant, $5,000 bond on the second, no bond on the third.
Okay.
May
All
I
right,
please
thank you.
ask certain, please? Could it get a clear understanding for me, can I ask certain? On the, what she was speaking of on the conditional release, I guess they violated me. Yes, the on-site officers violated me yesterday on site as far as the new charges or whatever. That's why I was trying to ask her for a bond on that, so I could really go to Brevard. I'm really trying to clear and get to get transported to Brevard, so I wouldn't have to just keep sitting in Orange County, so I could figure out what's going on with Brevard. That's the reason why I was asking about the
I
app.
think you're gonna be transported on the out-of-county warrants.
Oh, so
Do I have that right, PTR?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I wouldn't sit because they gave me the cannabis and a tampering or whatever. Would I be sitting here to those charges?
If he doesn't post a bond in regards to the possession of cannabis and he's still being held in custody in regards to that case, I don't believe they'll transport him.
Yeah, that's the part where I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get transported.
I don't believe that's in
to
front of me
Brevard.
today, though.
You have to take care of the Orange County cases
Yeah,
first.
that's the part where I was at. This, but the on site.
So I think I have a resolution for this, Your Honor. In regards to the possession of cannabis, you did give a bond of $100. Do you have any objection to RR him in regards to that count as well, so he could just be transported over to Brevard County?
I don't have an objection, because it's still no bond on the other two. State, do you have an objection, so they can just transfer them to?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll RR on the cannabis charge, and that'll stop him from sitting for that $100.
Thank you, Your
Okay, what
Honor.
about the tampering? That's how
No, that one too, she RR'd you on that case.
Oh, okay,
Right.
okay,
Yeah,
sorry
you're
about
good.
that.
Thank you.
All right, I appreciate that.
Sorry for the confusion.
Your Honor, Lily is a refusal.
Okay,
Defense has no objection to waiving her appearance.
okay. Ms. Lilly was picked up on possession of methamphetamine. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify, does she qualify for PTR?
No, Your Honor. She has open case.
Bond will be $1,000. Condition of no drugs. She does have a prior. No.
Was it he? Sorry.
Three prior. State, what's your position on three priors? I already know your position, defense. Want the court to take no action on three priors, correct?
Yes, do you want to hear my argument for why?
Sure, while
Okay.
state reviews.
No problem. So for the first one, it's the sleeping outside of a home and a curtilage. So even though that was filed on, my argument that you take no action.
Which one is that?
That's for the unauthorized presence, yes, based on the facts of that one. And then the last two, no information has been filed yet in those cases. And one of them has been since March. So that's why I'm asking to take no action in regards to all of those cases.
I'll leave it in the court's discretion.
Court will take no action on the priors.
Thank you.
Go ahead. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Israel Martins.
Sir, you were picked up on aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer with a motor vehicle. Court's gonna find probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
Bond will be set at $5,000. And that's it. No contact. Well, I don't need a no contact, it's fine.
Do we have two cases or one? Unless I'm,
I thought it was, I didn't look at my other tabs, I'm sorry. Also, we have, you picked up on possession of fentanyl. This is case ending in 7089. Possession of drug paraphernalia and fleeing and eluding law enforcement with lights and sirens. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR. Bond in the first charge is $1,000. Second charge, $500. And $1,000 in the third charge. And then there's another case. I think it's case ending, I don't see what the case number is, but it's the driving with suspended revoked license. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR as said before. Court, the bonds in that case is gonna be $500 with the condition of no driving without a valid driver's license. And I think that's it.
those are your bond.
There's two in this as well. State your name and date of birth for the record, ma'am.
Kimberly McClish, 6987.
Ms. McClish, you're here on two cases, I think, as well. Case ending in 5094. You were picked up on aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill, damage to property, criminal mischief of $1,000 or more, and battery, touch or strike. Court finds probable cause. I think this was pursuant to capias, right? I haven't stated the bond yet. All right. Bond in the first charge is $15,000, $1,000 in the second one, and $500 in the third. That's in this case. And then in the case ending in 7091, ma'am, you were picked up on possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, 2 counts of that. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
Bond in the first count is $1,000. Bond in the second count is $150. Condition, no drugs, no weapons, no firearms. Yep, no contact, no return, no weapons, no firearms as well. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Robert Earl Pedraza, 11468.
Mr. Pedraza, you were picked up on a failure to appear. It's no bond.
Your Honor, Grimes bonded.
Thank you.
Roman Lopez is a refusal.
All right. You waiving, counsel?
Yes, defense has no objection to waiving his appearance.
Mr. Lopez was picked up on, I believe it was a capias. Failure to appear, 2 counts. No bond in that first one. And then in the case ending in, and that was, let's see, what case was that? That was 9621. And the case ending in 3548, he was picked up on trespass after warning. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR. The bond in that case would be $500. No return. And the case ending in 8943, FTA, defendant failed to appear, is no bond. Case ending in 9841, 5 counts of failure to appear, with no bond. Case ending 2020 CF 000-004, failure to appear, no bond. Case ending in 5635, 2 counts of failure to appear, no bond. Case ending in 7074. Defendant was picked up on attempted burglary of a conveyance, possession of burglary tools, and providing false ID to law enforcement. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR. Bond in the first count will be $1,000. Second count will be $150 and $100 in the third count. With no return.
Defense asks that you revoke his release in the out-on-bond case.
That was on the dualist council.
Yes.
So order. Court's gonna revoke. All right.
Your Honor, Schaefer is behavioral.
Defense has no objection to waiving his appearance.
Judge, did you revoke the bond?
And the duelist?
The wrong, yes.
Yes. Mr. Schaefer was picked up on criminal mischief and assault. Court finds probable cause. Does defendant qualify for PTR?
No, Your Honor.
Didn't think so. Bond will be at $1,000 for the first count and $250 for the second count. Yeah, that's it.
Your Honor, Scott bonded.
Thank you. Sir? State your name and date of birth for the record, sir.
Ma'am, my name is Darian Forbes.
Okay, that's not who I have.
No, excuse me, ma'am, they have my whole information. Should I discuss this with you or my lawyer? Or the judge? This is all wrong here. They have me book encased as the wrong person.
Wait.
3881.
This is you,
Posted bond.
not addressed.
What about Dwayne Thompson?
This is,
Okay. So you're saying you're not Dwayne Thompson?
My name is Darian Forbes.
Did you change your name, sir?
Never changed my name. They have everything on this paper here wrong. My birthday is 3/17/92. I'm a Florida resident. They have my correct address, but they have everything else on this sheet wrong. And actually, my ID, my driver's license is in my property that can prove so.
Spence?
Do you want to give it 24 hours, Your Honor, so we can get more information in regards to his identity?
State?
No objection.
All right. He said he has his driver's license and his personal effects to prove it.
If you don't want, one moment, please.
Reset for 24 hours, I guess.
I mean, y'all have to- Here, tell me his APHIS ain't been cleared. I got the. Go.
Do you already have AKA or something or no?
No, ma'am. Let me double check something.
And then we can just fight it. Your Honor? Oh, can we address this case? He doesn't want to stay in custody another 24 hours, so he'd just like to go forward in regards to this case.
I don't have any aliases.
I mean,
His print's clear. He refused the PTI interview, so I don't have.
Did they take your fingerprints?
Yes.
Yeah. He refused the interview, so I don't have any information.
Fingerprints match.
You say you don't have any information?
He refused the interview. That's what the notes say.
I never refused it.
Do they have fingerprints?
They're clear. The fingerprints are clear.
Has my name wrong.
I don't have an alias in there.
On the affidavit, my property states
Okay, alias Forbes Darian. They put it in there.
Darian Richard.
Yeah, so he has an alias.
So there's an alias.
Yes.
So one moment, please, Your Honor. Do you have? See what she says.
PTR?
Where's the Chicago at? Oh.
Active? I don't have that.
Oh, okay. Do you have any objection to RR him in regards to this case? The case will remain open and we can investigate whether or not it's a mistaken identity as one of our defenses going forward in regards to this case, since official charges hasn't been filed?
We'd object, Judge. He's accused of damaging the patrol car he was taken in, so they have the right person. Maybe
Can I
not.
see what you have? Oh, it's the same.
But the thing is,
So it looks like there's an alias and some outstanding warrants. What, limited extradition, I believe PTR
Yes, Your Honor.
told us. So court's going to, the bond will be $1,000 if he wants to do it, or if you want the court to reset. He says he has his driver's license. I don't know if that's gonna help if there's an alias, but bond will be $1,000. No contact.
no contact with law enforcement. Yes. No.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Trailer.
Mr. Trailer, you're picked up on carrying a concealed firearm. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does qualify for direct PTR.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court's gonna grant it with no weapons, no firearms. All right. You left PTR.
Come on.
Are you working so you can go home? No, you can't. Oh, no. You need to teach us how to do some of what you're doing so you can do it. I'm serious. You think I'm being funny? I am. Like ridiculous.
Oh, that's not you, sorry.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Antonio Lewis, 092978.
What's your name?
Antonio Lewis, 092978.
It's, Latouche Bond.
Yes, he bonded, Your Honor.
You're, Antonio Lewis, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you were picked up on battery. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR. Bond will be $500. No contact, no return. It's conditions. That's in the case ending in 3691. Then there's another case, 23 CT 3645. Sir, you were picked up on DUI. Court finds probable cause. Bond will be, in that case, will be $500. No alcohol as a condition.
One moment, please, Your Honor, I apologize. You can bond up. Put your bond up. Yeah. Yeah, you can bond up, yeah.
That's it?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Vaughn Hunt, 5689.
What's your name?
Vaughn Hunt.
23013872. Posted bond.
Sir, you were picked up on trespass after warning. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR. Bond's gonna be $250. No return. Court's gonna take no action on the prior.
One moment, please, Your Honor, I apologize. If you go to Boston or
Your Honor, LaPont is a refusal.
Defense has no objection to waiving her appearance.
Refused. Ms. LaPont was picked up on possession of drug paraphernalia and trespass after warning. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR. Bond on the drug paraphernalia is gonna be $250 and $250 on the trespass. No return, no drugs.
Ma'am.
Sir, state your name and date of birth for the record.
Kenneth Miles, 11161.
So we have.
McNair?
Sir, you were picked up on battery.
Yes, ma'am.
Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR. Bond will be $500. Condition of no return, no contact, except one time with law enforcement if necessary. Thank you.
It's yours.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Robert Spencer, ma'am. How you doing there, ma'am?
Sir, you were picked up on trespass and in a structure. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR. Bond's gonna be $150. No return, no action on the prior.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Goodwin Ain, 81175.
Sir, you were picked up on a out-of-county warrant, no bond. And let's make sure it's the same.
Your Honor, Lugo, bonded. Ms. Williams, approach.
Good afternoon. State your name and date of birth for the record.
Yoshi Williams, 113-1993.
Ma'am, you have, I think, 3 cases. In the first one, you were picked up on 2 counts for warrants, 2 warrants. Yeah. 2 warrants out of Louisiana, I think. You're being held on no bond. You will be seen by fugitive warrant team, the fugitive warrant team. And that's in the case ending in 156. And then there's 157, the same, no bond, you'll be seen by the fugitive warrant team. And then case ending in 158, same fugitive warrant, you'll be seen by the fugitive warrant team, no bond.
Georgia, Louisiana, Colorado. Yes. Thank you.
Sir, state your name and date of birth for the record.
Barry Letsom, April 22nd, 1994.
Mr. Lessom, you were picked up on trespass on property after warning. Court finds probable cause. I think this is a reset, counsel.
Yes, this is reset from yesterday because there's an offer to resolve his case. I haven't been able to go over the offer with him. It's a credit time serve offer. May I speak to him for 1 moment, please?
Yes.
Yes, you have.
Sign it.
Yes, Your Honor. So we'd like to enter a no contest plea. The agreed upon disposition for this plea is an adjudication of guilt, credit for time served and cost, and no return to the scene, Your Honor.
Sir, did you read and understand the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it your signature on the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand the rights that you are giving up by entering into this plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any physical or mental disabilities that would prevent you from understanding the nature of the proceedings against you?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that, actually, are you under the influence of any alcoholic beverages or narcotics or controlled substances?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you are not a U.S. citizen, entering to this plea could subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you were on probation at the time of this offense, entering to a plea may be a violation of your probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions that the attorney was unable to answer?
No, ma'am.
I find that you are alert, intelligent, and fully understand the effect of entering this plea, that you are entering, and you entered this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am.
Court will accept the plea, and adjudicate the defendant guilty. You have 30 days to appeal the sentence in writing. If you're unable to afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. Court calls, counsel?
Yes, can he have 12 months to pay, Your Honor? Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Guzman.
Ma'am, state your name and date of birth for the record.
Angela Natal.
I call up the counsel.
No problem. Continue.
Angela Natal Guzman, date of birth is May 29, 1991.
Guzman,
Yes, ma'am.
up on a violation of parole, no bond. Probation, I'm sorry. Like, violation of probation.
Your Honor, Arrestigui bonded, Benbow bonded. Mr. Brown, approach.
Say your name and date of birth for the record, sir.
Randolph Brown, 02-2693.
Says, counsel, you said there's an official charge that's called state misdemeanor.
Judge, it's under the, I guess, city county ordinance, a different way they charge it.
I think this one should be like an assault on a Leo. That's what it might come up as.
Okay. So you're charged with state misdemeanors. Well, actually, in the affidavit, it says assault on a law enforcement officer. Court finds probable cause. Defendant, does the defendant qualify for PTR?
No, Your Honor.
Bond will be $250, condition of no return.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Your Honor, do you have any objection to releasing client in regards, on an ROR in regards to this case? It is a municipal ordinance. I don't see any criminal history based on the paper that I have. And he'll be unable to post a $250 bond at this time.
I could have just one moment, Judge. I'll leave it at the court's discretion.
So ordered.
He'll be raised ROR. Stay in contact with the public defense office. Next court date will be in this Sunday. Yes, tomorrow. Yes.
Sir, state your name and date of birth for the record.
Daniel Xavier Moore, A702.
Sir, you were picked up on urinating or defecating in public. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR. No, Your Honor. Bond is $250. Condition of no return and no action on the part.
Your Honor, in regards to this case, I understand you just set a bond. However, my argument would be that in regards to his out on bond case, it's a possession of dimethyl. He is on a PTD level 2 status for that case. That is a program for first-time offenders. So if he pleads to this case, then that would affect his status for the felony. So I understand there's a bond, but he's saying that he cannot post a bond. Do you have any objection to RRing in this case?
State, I don't have an objection to things like this on RR.
Not for this charge.
So be it. So order.
Stay in contact with your attorney.
Your Honor, Rumrill bonded, and Tertuline also bonded. Mr. West, approach, please.
Afternoon, state your name and date of birth for the record, sir.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm George West. I was born January 3rd, 1993.
Sir, you're picked up on prohibited camping. Court finds probable cause. Defendant does not qualify for PTR.
No, Your Honor.
Defense, I know you're gonna make an argument.
Yes, for our.
At $100. No return.
Defense will ask if you RR him, if you have no objection to RR him in regards to the case because of the nature of the offense, Your Honor.
State.
I could have just one moment.
I didn't hear you, sorry.
I could have just one moment.
Is there refusal?
No objection, Judge.
RR.
No return?
No return.
Your Honor,
In regards to right, Your Honor, one moment. One moment, please. I do have a credit time serve offer in order to resolve Wright's case. Do you have any objection to resetting his case to tomorrow?
Do you have an objection? I don't.
No objection.
Set.
Thank you.